like. Let's funk after midnight, sparking twilight. We just turn it up, wait for new sunrise. Get me some disco music through the night. Lose control, dancing in the golden light. Gone crazy, we are running out of time. Fancy dream, flying above the city light. She moves like she's in paradise, can't leave the comfort zone, and I am in the limbo, that's alright. Higher than the vulture fly. She moves like she's in paradise, can't leave the comfort zone, and I am in the limbo, that's alright. Higher than the vulture fly.
An apple a day keeps the doctor away.
Just fill me with that alcohol, the time is getting slow. No words convince me, beat that soul, don't ask me what is real. Just fill me with that alcohol, the time is getting slow. No words convince me, beat the soul, don't ask me what is real. Get drunk, live for sunrise in the moonlight. Just don't wake me up, we do what we like. Let's funk after midnight, sparking twilight. We just turn it up, wait for new sunrise. Get me some disco music through the night. Here we are, dancing in the golden light. Gone crazy, we are running out of time. Fancy dream, flying above the city light. Get ready for the game I play. Get ready for the game I play. Roll the dice like no one cares. Roll the dice like no one cares. Yeah, get excited, baby. Welcome to the new age. Standing on the new stage. Get drunk before sunrise in the moonlight. Just don't wake me up. We do what we like. Let's funk after midnight, sparking twilight. We just turn it up, wait for new sunrise. Get me some disco music through the night. Lose control, dancing in the golden light. Gone crazy, we are running out of time. Fancy dream, flying above the city light. She moves like she's in paradise, can't leave the comfort zone, and I am in the limbo, that's alright. Higher than the vulture fly. She moves like she's in paradise, can't leave the comfort zone, and I am in the limbo, that's alright. Higher than the vulture fly. Just fill me with that alcohol, the time is getting slow. No words convince me, beat that soul, don't ask me what is real. Just fill me with that alcohol, the time is getting slow. No words convince me, beat the soul, don't ask me what is real. Get drunk, live for sunrise in the moonlight. Just don't wake me up, we do what we like. Let's funk after midnight, sparking twilight. We just turn it up, wait for new sunrise. Get me some disco music through the night. Here we are, dancing in the golden light. Gone crazy, we are running out of time. Fancy dream, flying above the city light.
Hello everyone. Forgot the game again. Come on. Hello everyone. My name is Archer, and this is more Reverse 1999. How are you all doing today? Thank you so much. Hello Jeff. Excited as always. Ran out of dancing emotes. I'm sorry. I hope you can find some more. How are you doing, Jeff, by the way? Hope you had a great weekend. But today we have more events to go through. We're still doing Cosmic Overture, the 2.7 event. We're there. We're doing something that's being done. Goodies, yes, nice. Glad to hear. Let's do our daily grind before we can go back to the event. By the way, I was also playing a bit over on the Puppet Arena. I love the updates that they made to that event. I enjoyed the first one, but the new updated one, for sure, it's better, in my opinion. Okay, let me just turn it down. The volume of the game just a tiny bit, kind of blaring out of my...
That weren't even as tough as waking up an old factory man.
Okay, just messing up a bit of the volume of everything. Bum 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 bum.
Like this.
My workers are all fine. Just place the ones that are getting exhausted. This. This. Those three basic ones are kind of running out all the time. Where are the YouTube viewers? They're probably doing other things. Redeeming your You know, it is very early, Jeff. Some people, they take a while to wake up. I'm hungry. Where's food? Hello, Dante. How are you doing, buddy? Thanks for joining us. The manager himself. Yeah, you cannot do that right now. Okay, let me just do one Puppet Arena before I start the event. I love tomboys. Okay. Nice. That's good for you, buddy. Oh yeah, don't think it's you, Jeff. I did just realize that. Silly. Hello, Dan. Hello. We're going back to Russia with this. Yes, we are going back to Russia. I'm gonna play a match of friendly of Puppet Arena, and then I'm gonna continue the 2.7 event. But how do you feel about it? Since I'm pretty sure you already gone over with all that and have ideas and feelings and ideas and feelings about that. What, did you actually play a bit of this? The new Puppet Arena. Let's try to do an impromptu team this time around. Everybody do the flop. What is the flop? Granted, I am very nostalgic about it. I'll try not to spoil anything. Currently halfway through the story and finished with the friendly match, as the Puppet Arena is called now. Oh, yeah, Puppet Arena friendly match. Oh, very nice. It's probably a very good feeling then, if you felt nostalgic about it. So I did play a bunch of Puppet Arena yesterday, but I did the same thing always, which is starting with PT.2 and J. And it was pretty solid. So now I'm gonna try impromptu. Puppet Arena is so much better than it used to be. Agreed 100%. Amazing Chili. Yes, I was like, dude, I was actually because okay, I hated the fact that you had to dabble through like 3 different teams. But now that we can just focus on one and there's all synergies and stuff, it's so fun.
Sorry, I did it on purpose.
But how are you doing, Amazing Chili? How was your weekend? For joining us.
Forgive me.
Me versus Jeff the Killer. Who wins? Jeff the Killer. Well, depends. Is Jeff the Killer a streamer? Then if it is, you.
Forgive me,
Yeah, yes indeed. Again, I only used J and PT.2 and always ended up going extra attack for some reason. I never do auto though, even though you get more rewards. I am so lazy. And also, the auto for me is looking better than ever now, so there's no reason for me to even try to think.
Great.
Go slurp. Awesome. My breakfast is almost here, and I'll slurp that as soon as it get here. So I'm gonna just hold that one for just a couple more minutes, Chef. On the one hand, I enjoy the old one's passive playstyle of running matches while doing something else, but the gameplay of the new Puppet Arena is much more fun to engage with. Yes, probably you and Amazing Chili are both more toward actually playing the game, and I'm like, dude, now that the auto is much better, I can't wait to just don't not do anything at all. That hydrant is the most sus name ever. I mean, it's all in your head. It's extremely tame. It is just to moisturize my insides. Now, how that moisture is being applied to and from where it's is entering my body, then that's up to imagination. I'm an apple nonetheless. Hello, Vernito. Thanks for joining us. I love to hear it, buddy. Hello, fellow puppet. Hello, fellow Vernito. We are puppeting our way here. Damn it, I did so many rerolls. Okay. Okay, let's continue. But this is the first time that I'm doing this with impromptu. But yeah, I'm going full auto. My idea is that I don't want to think. But I appreciate those who do. You know, you guys, you thinkers out there.
I also got my enemies with you. In my own Cartier.
I have to say though, Artifact 2 is so underwhelming.
Be careful.
Forgive me, will you?
See, it may, I think it depends
Give me a
on
hand,
your
friend.
strategy.
I can't do this alone.
Please
I
don't.
think when it comes when
Give me a
it comes to
hand, friends.
ultimate,
I can't do this alone.
the artifacts are giving so much moxie that you can really go crazy whenever you're playing that way. But if you're playing something else, maybe, I don't know, it might not be the same way.
Make Cartier.
Reverie has reawakened my spark of hate for Henrik because only my units don't do damage. I basically always pick puppets rather than artifacts where to spend my currency. Yeah, especially because now you can get like portraits.
Take a card. Fine. The plan failed. Aha. Sorry.
Careful, young man.
Be careful, young man.
On my spot.
Ports,
No memory.
artifacts, I always felt like.
99.
I confess that I took a nibble of an apple, please forgive. It's all good, if you had their consent, of course.
Goodbye.
If not, then you're gonna be hearing from the
Fall in
sniper.
love with me. Made it to Tiffany's. Hilarious. The triumph of the wise resource for sure.
I always knew Lorelei would be impromptu. The most strange team I've heard about is the Manus team. My teams just aren't leveled yet. Currently, I get every unit I use in the end game to level. Yeah, I do the same way. Then, the Alfaro said a good benchmark with it. Yes, indeed. I have to agree. The most strange team. Okay, I will say, I feel the most broken character you can play is Sophia. I do feel that Sophia is very, like, she's very strong. Her curve is all over the place. But I just started actually putting some of my units on like a higher level. The only way that I could actually beat Modir on Reveries was actually leveling Nala to 50.
Forgive me, will you?
Tried a silly team with Anjo, Ezra, Dynamo, Babel, 37, and they are rocking, to be honest. Shields thicker than the average rom-com anime pro tag. Referees can help. Oh, you don't even tell me. Because I am stuck on one that I'm like, what the actual freaking fuck? Like, is one with those like manta rays, and every time I attack them, they like apply like two or three like pollution on who attack them, and it's like, what? Like, there's no amount of cleanse that I can do that they can like kind of help me. I need just more damage. Yes. Yes, exactly. The 280.
Why haven't those warm-ups
I am
walked
there.
away? It's Tiffany's!
I don't think I'm getting past that hangar prize anytime soon. Oh, the contrast. You did 210k of the Birdman with one card. I went 4 healers.
Sorry, I did it on purpose.
What's up, Apple? Just going to say hi. That's some adulting to do. Terrible. But thanks for joining us anyways. Really appreciate you coming and saying hi, Syntax. Have a good one, and wish you the best of luck with adulting. And you know, it's always fine if you just murder them. Without ever attacking the enemies. I mean, what strategies? So, yeah, Kakania, Patutu. I don't have the full hospital team. I can try to adapt it to my team, but I feel like my healers are just not that good. I don't have Patutu. If I had Patutu, I could have tried. No, I wouldn't use Patutu. You can't hit the enemy. So, which healers are you using? Yeah, but seriously, Babel and Ezra Dynamo literally make it feel like pollution doesn't exist.
If only I could be as forgetful as them.
Well, it does matter. Because one of my healers is Lepera. And she hits stuff. Actually, I can go Yanete, Villa, and I'll be missing one healer. Yeah, I can try to cheese it that way. I'm gonna give it a shot. Thanks for the idea. I should have thought about it. Oh, talking about her, Kikania. Dun, 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 dun. Is there any you do it because all the enemies should just die in the same round and on some other birds? Okay, I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go. Also, sweetheart. Yo, Archer, what's your pool plan? Hello, our Frost, long time no see, buddy. My pool plan is keep arena, I already pulled this time around for Ezra. I'm gonna pull for Kiparina, and then I'm gonna pull for Nautica and some of Ice next patch. Oh, wait, which fight is this? Like, how deep is this one in the Reveries? I thought we were talking about the 150. No, we're talking about me. It's about me, Renato. I'm the streamer. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. I need to get my cola. And Jeff already redeemed the moisturizer thing inside. I gotta do it. Be right back. While the auto is doing things for me.
Oh, be careful. Oh, fall in love with me. Uh-oh.
Taking another look? Behold.
Sorry, I did it on purpose. You are not welcome here. Fall in love with me. Cartier. From a single touch, you give me, will you? Fall in love with me. Je vois ton destin.
Just like real diamonds. Limited scale, infinite lines. Calculating distance.
99. I wish you sweet dreams.
Sadly, these are
Fall
counted.
in love with me. No, this is Hit Cartier. 99. I wish you sweet dreams. Faith. Fall in love with me.
Fragrance and dazzle can easily confuse one's vision. Behold.
Tides are rising. This will show you the way to the heart.
If only I could be as forgetful as them.
And I came back right on time. Just a tall glass of cola. How are you doing? This is a very well-balanced breakfast, guys. Not having Yue makes it even harder. I went through hell with Yue. Tried getting her, but got my favorite Yue instead. Look at you. We're kind of similar then. So I want to give Nautica the best team possible. That's why I pulled for Ezra. I also got Medicine Pocket with my ticket. And yeah. Dreams do come through and all that. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Ba 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 ba. Hello, Yatsugama. 2 for you too. I have to do 5 sins of damage every round to a guy in front who can damage a boss. Oh shit. Whoa. Don't know what you guys are talking about. But cool. Oh, how I miss you both. Come on! Kill her, guys!
For everyone. Goodbye. From a single thread comes the ribbon. Sorry, I did it on purpose. They say
sounds complicated. Since she just goes stun? What's stun? Wait, so she has something that allows her to, you know, ignore stuns or something like that? I actually don't know how she works. Let me try her. The demon, the devil herself.
Why haven't those warm-ups walked
She
away?
passively removes one control effect every round. Ah, that's awesome.
Is the Cartier. For everyone.
I don't know. I only know that Kiprina does barrier. That's all that I know about her. She's also ideal for the fight since there is a debuff to your healing.
We're all saxophone.
Ooh, indeed.
I dedicate this song to you. Sorry. My next performance, bubbles bursting. Please don't. This is Cartier. For everyone. They said, forgive me, will you? Easy.
Okay, this team without a healer is gonna have a hard time. Now that I'm thinking about it. With fortissimo tutti! Opa!
I dedicate this song to you. Please enjoy.
Yeah, not so interactive, eh? No! Barca!
No memory feels of them. 99. I wish you sweet dreams.
No! I needed a healer.
Oh,
Who could have imagined that this would happen again to me?
it's the sea breeze. It's the
Feels like I'm doing Reverie all over again.
Unforgettable too.
Giving up either out Barca or keep is just non-negotiable. Indeed. No. Okay. I needed a healer. That's the problem. The game, we don't have Barcarola here. I don't know. I'm gonna get Fatuto then. For lack of a healer, I'm gonna have to settle for my fat 2-2s. Come on, game. Also, I can try Flutter Page, since the game does not want to give me Aleph. Marco roll again. Ooh, would love to see it. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna remove Lorelei. Love you, Lorelei, but I need a healer. And I want to try Fatutu. A Flutter Page. I didn't see myself getting Recolletas. Okay, cool. We can use the French instead. Imagine doing impromptu without Barca. But I'd rather use Regulus than Matilda. No offense, French fry. Damn! Stop bashing my Matilda, guys. Again, I don't know how Regulus is gonna be whenever her Euphoria comes. So I'll leave it to you guys to decipher.
These sheets on my wings! Stay away from me! Up and at it! What are you doing? Please no. We're not afraid of you! Oh, be careful! Uh-huh! This is a breach of free breeze! Ouch! I said go away!
Okay.
You are not welcome here!
They are doing a lot of damage to me, and I'm not doing enough.
What I'm good at! Saxophones and... Aventura? As I shine! Oh, you are not welcome here! Oh, be careful! Goodbye. My next performance? Oh, be careful!
Come on, girls, we can do it!
Stay away from me! Are you a rational numbers?
And I just she didn't know that. Using both isn't that redundant. Voyager and Regulus do have unique things they bring to impromptu. They do.
This is a breach of free breeze passenger etiquette.
Yep. I don't think impromptu is that good if you go auto on the Puppet Arena.
Enough! Higher than the bell tower, and even the clouds can... I said go away! Oh, here! Enough!
A little trick. Right wind.
Damn, the game is still allowing me to continue. Game, I'm not gonna win with this team. Not gonna happen. Yeah, I don't see myself winning at all. I can go for weak ones, but it's never fun to go for the weak ones. Okay, I'm gonna try to do manually and see if that works. Don't think it will though. The thing is, I don't have Voyager Euphoria, so that's I think a problem, I guess.
We're not afraid of you. It's out with you.
It's away.
Rise and shine.
Get out of here. Your punishment will come. Be gone. Advice from the forest.
This is a breach of free breeze passenger etiquette. Ouch! What an awful recipe. I sent you
Damn.
away.
A lot.
Oh look, here's another one. You want me to? Saxophones and Aventura? As you wish. We stand together. We'll find our home one day. You are not welcome here.
I made my saving
Please. Listen. I dedicate this song to you. For everyone.
Bloody hell. If I
Go.
can stay back.
Stay away from me. Oh, this I said go away. Please don't. Stay away from me.
Please don't.
Stay away from me.
Damn.
I said go. This is a breach of trust. Stay away from me.
Damn, what the fuck?
I said go away.
Okay, yeah, these guys have no chance. Like, Impromptu is so weak in comparison to the other mechanic. Like, it does not fit to be like a main mechanic of this. I cannot quit? Cannot quit? I have to go. Oh, okay, no, abandon. Thank you. Yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. It's terrible. Right. Nah, it's good. Okay. Anyway, I needed to do this anyway. Let's go back to the story. The wilds and the garden. Don't feel guilty. Every flower once struggled just as you do now. I haven't played HP Laws yet. I hope it's fun.
You arrived earlier than expected. Pointer and Hissabeth will be happy to know you got here safely. Oh, FYI, Pointer was the researcher who introduced me to Laplace. You might have met her before, in Rayashki. She's occupied with a few important visitors right now. We'll talk to her later. As for Hissabeth, you can meet her in person and save me the trouble of an introduction.
Damn! Sick burns to my wind song! Meanwhile, on the other side of the building, Pointer enters through another door.
Our appointment was set for an hour from now. You're a bit early, sir.
Pointer steps aside, motioning for the people hurrying behind her to go first. She studies the quiet girl, not finding anything particularly unusual.
There wasn't much work to do today. And Alia always has everything prepared ahead of anything important. It's nothing to worry about.
Please take a seat. Windsong and Hissabeth will join us later. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
Thank you, ma'am. Please call me Kiparina. I have something to ask you.
Penina is the first to speak, surprising Pointer. She adjusts her expression, adding a hint of warmth to her smile.
That's fine with me, Miss Kiparina. My name is Pointer. So, what would you like to know?
If I take the offer and complete all the required training, what will I get in return? Do you pay in rubli or something equivalent? And I'd also like to know if my family will receive my pay in case anything happens to me.
Pointer looks up and examines the girl once more. She can read the worry in Mr. Kozlov's face, but she still can't quite place the look on hers. Somewhere between courage and fear. Too fine a line for a Pointer to draw. Hello, Draggy. Thanks for coming. Plants and machines crowd the limited space, struggling for a balance somewhere between jungle and office floor. It's warmer here than in the hallway outside. Dame Day glances sideways, but Windsong has no intention of speaking.
Hello? Is anyone there? The materials you sent from the Far East branch have arrived safely. Everything you asked for on your list is there, but you should check it over as soon as possible.
He scrounges around for a clear spot on the desk and pulls a metal vessel from his pocket, revealing a little sleeping salamander roused from his slumber by a tap on the head that sends a puff of ash into the air.
Hey, wake up. You're at work.
Hissabeth emerges from behind the machinery and offers a brisk wave to Windsong.
Windsong,
Back from the mine already? Are you going to throw a welcome party for our new
Hello,
colleagues?
Kokomo. Thanks for joining us. I am doing very fine on this fine day. How are you doing? Did you sleep well? Hope you did. The new Puppet Arena is so fun and so much better than the old version. Exactly. We all said the same thing whenever everybody came. I was playing some Puppet Arena just now.
The mine can wait, but I can't. Those materials are top priority.
Now Hissabeth turns her attention to the young man in front of her.
Thanks. You might have heard of me. My name's hissabeth. You've read our proposal, haven't you? It'd save me a lot of trouble if you had. I'll catch you up with Pointer as soon as she's available.
Nameday finds himself staring at the curious little snakes poking out, swearing he saw one flick its tongue. There's no time to hesitate. He decides to follow proper etiquette. Handshake, then introduction.
Name
Got our
day.
work for today,
Foundation
Yusuf?
investigator for the Far
Nice.
East branch.
Glad to know. I don't know exactly what you do, but I hope you can now relax and enjoy the rest of your night. Or morning. I don't know exactly what time of the day is for you right now. Just hinting. Just trying times.
Mind if I ask you a question?
Go on, but this is an office, not an interrogation room.
She looks around with an airy glance and, spotting the extra object on the desk, gives a little salamander a second gentle tap on the head.
Why did you ask me to smuggle in this runium?
What?
Don't get me wrong, I didn't report it. It's just... it's odd. You didn't ask for much, just a few pieces. It is a rare resource, I grant you, but I think you could have gotten this amount with no trouble by submitting an application. All you'd need to do is wait for a few weeks. Was it really worth the risk?
Yeah, because we don't have a few weeks to spare.
Saving every bit of time we can is vital. It is as precious as this bag of sunflower seeds from a distant land. You don't find them often in these parts. Here.
Aww, Avgust's little gift. She lifts her hand and tosses Hissabeth a small cloth bag.
I've already taken my share. Why not plant some of these in the office?
Oh nice, you found this game through an ad. How odd. Yeah, usually I never follow ads. Well, remember when you guys theorized that I am a cook? Well, now I work in a kitchen as a helper. Yes, what a fun thing. I feel like we led you into that direction. No, we put the energy in the universe, you know, follow its course. By the way, I think my ID is still my Limbus company ID on the screen. Not that it matters. My reverse ID.
It won't take too much effort. If you're lucky, you'll get to see them turn their heads towards the light bulbs.
If you ignore she's French, what's wrong with that she's French? Now I'm curious. Rare arcanum energy tossed carelessly into the air, but caught with practicity.
Actually, Mr. Nameday, you're the perfect man for this job. You knew what you were smuggling, you had the perfect excuse to come here, and you were kind enough to help. It was quite the effort to track you down, you know? So, how did the trip go? Any trouble?
You bet there was. Though, I'm still not sure what those bandits were after. The runium, or a noisy arcane item.
There's a shortage of supplies everywhere nowadays. People take what they can, whether they need it or not.
Oh my god,
Even
I've
if
been
they
playing
manage to
Nimbus
take the
MD
cargo,
too
it
much,
could probably
cause
just
why
end up in
do
another
you
branch of the
mind? I just
Foundation or La
P-enter
Paz.
in reverse. Damn.
Anyway, you saved us a lot of time and resources.
By the way, where are you? Oh, okay. Did you finish House Chicken? I think you mentioned you were doing that yesterday.
Just bear in mind.
By the way, Dan,
this
if
runium
you're
is
still
not
on
something
chat,
that you can replace,
how
even
far
with
are you
shopper donkeys.
into Nimbus? Hello there, Free Shoots. Good morning. How are you doing? Thanks for joining us again. Oh, by the way, for everybody here that came and didn't read Discord, I actually managed to beat Ricardo. Still using my team. I had to make some changes, of course, and try some new stuff, but it worked just fine, I guess. I promise to keep my claws off of any future polls. I did. I'm pretty good. Nice.
Thanks. We'll use it sparingly. Please send my gratitude to Miss Villa. And one more thing. What would you say if I asked you to stay? Don't worry, I won't play the Winsong card. It's only a personal request.
But Winsong loved to play her cards multiple times, back to back.
We could save a lot of time with our procedural work if we had a Foundation investigator on the team.
Limbus Company is complicated. I still don't know what I was doing. I just tried some stuff until it worked. Karto. No, it's Kanto, not Karto. No, and Kanto is like the story. It's the story chapters. It's like story chapters on reverse. Currently, I have less time to play than usual. Family vacation on an island. So I just reached the Dungeon of Hell Chicken. Damn, what? Which island? Okay, you don't need to dox yourself. Not that anybody here is gonna actually follow you to an island. But that's so cool. Have a good time, Dan.
And it could be a great opportunity to earn a reputation. Imagine the prestige if the project ends up a success.
You know, you could also beat Ricardo by living long enough. No, I did not know. Actually, so after I actually managed to beat Ricardo and had to quickly close my game so it wouldn't count as a win because I was not expecting that the fight would, you know, end halfway through, I went online to see how the other people were doing the fight. A couple of people were doing Ismael, like Baze Ismael solo. Funny enough. When did it take? Remember struggling? Oh, 3 hours. Took me around 3 hours until I could come up with something that worked and understood how my team could make it. I had to use Ensign Claire and also other stuff. One of the ones in the Baltic coast, warm but not too hot. You should try Limbus, by the way. You might like it. Yes, Draggy, you should give it a go. But yes, let's keep this reverse. You're right. But yes, have a good one, Dan. Enjoy your vacation for sure. He swallows his words, not intending to explain his reason for being here. Hissabeth's version works just fine. Easy to understand and not too personal. Yeah, I used Ensign Claire because I needed blunt damage. And Ensign Claire was my biggest source of damage on that fight. I leveled... I actually was using also base Ishmael, but I cannot do the gimmick of trying to do base Ismael only because you need a lot of specific passives and I don't have those IDs to make it work. But base Ismael, Capo Merceau, Ensign Claire, Lerodia, Rose Penner Greg, and Faust. That's it. Hissabeth's version worked just fine, easy to understand and not too personal.
Are you making any progress?
As much as we can, but we don't have a single Sharpodonti to our name, and this runium is the sum total of all the supplies
No
we've
Sharpodonti?
received recently.
Someone called Eternity!
They told us we could use all the resources left in Placids, but that amounts to jack all. Thankfully, we still have half a rocket, fuel, and a launch button. Still, to make up for the supply shortage, we need additional manpower. Oh, but there's some good news. We don't have to worry about finding our astronaut. We already have a perfect candidate.
We are in dire need of an astronaut. There isn't enough time for anyone to finish the full training course. No one would be able to acclimate to a zero-gravity environment in
blockage
such
in
a
his
short
nose.
time. Not
Oh.
to mention the high pressure and
Oh, I hope
heat.
it all goes well there, free shoots. Let us know later on if everything goes fine. I hope it does. I was very muted on hissabeth during this story, but at least her design is awesome. I would say her design is for me one of the strongest designs on Reverse.
But you may be the exception, Miss Kipperina. Your arcane skill may allow us to work a miracle. So, if you take the offer, we'll provide you with a salary and try to get you a permanent position here at Laplace. Hissabeth is already working on it.
Also,
She
Pointer's
has a
design
contact
is
in the Foundation
great.
who can help with the procedures.
Like, Pointer screams, I'm a very strong Dynamo character about to be released someday.
Alright then. I have no more questions.
Pointer notes that, despite their thorough explanation, the girl seems no less worried.
But, just to be clear, I don't think my arcane skill is as useful as you believe. It only makes a little fireworks show.
Not hope at all. But I would also do the same, because you don't need much to make hissabeth work, especially because you're gonna get her best friend for free next patch. But all you need to do is Melania, and then any healer really works. But just okay.
She's being modest. You know how children are when they receive a compliment, but I tell you, she is more than willing to take your offer. Please give her an opportunity. You'll see how reliable she is. By the way, another little arcanist girl joined our circus recently. Do you think she could stay with you too?
That's not really how this works. Not everyone's arcane skill works in the same manner.
Well, technically, the arcane girl that's with them is perfect to space. This event's nice because you get to do 3 ults per turn once you get her up and running. Exactly. I saw a lot of videos. Even though I don't know how Kipperina works, I know how hissabeth works. And hissabeth and Buddy Fairchild is just very not fair. And again, it's a spit on Noir's face and pretty much any other planned character. Yes, UA is also very good. You can actually probably change Melania for Liang Wei and get some very good things. Thank you for it, you'll be okay, I hope. For sure. We're gonna be sending a lot of positive energies. Like putting Cheng Liang in supercharge. And Elizabeth Archer, you need her. His propaganda. And it technically wouldn't be a bad one to have like more planned characters, because my planned team is very like it's not in the best position. It is very slow.
But she would keep Alia company. Please, madam.
I'll do a
Alia is
temple.
still just
You know,
a
I can do a
child who
temple.
plays with dolls.
If it comes, it comes. If it not, it happens.
Mr. Koslov, stop! I haven't played with dolls in ages. I'm already grown up.
Aww. I already built Noir and Loggerhead, so I'm fine with skipping hissabeth for Kipperina. I just got Kakania from his banner. Oh, nice! Kakania is great. If you never had Kakania, Kakania is such a facilitator in this game. Seeing emotion break through the girl's steady silence at last, Pointer feels she's reached the root of the issue.
We'll take a look at what she can do. Would you be able to bring her here now?
Of course. I'll be right back.
Also, you can do some nasty stuff with the succubus boss. You poisonless forever. Wait, poison and hissabeth? He bolts up and out of the office. In his wake, Kipperina hesitates. shifting in her seat until last sitting up straighter. Pointer's smiles fades. There's no need for her social niceties in what comes next.
All right, we're finally alone. Now, how about you tell me what you are actually thinking?
Our biggest issue remains unsolved, but I'm most certain we can resolve it. The entire project is a mixed bag right now, but I'd say more good than bad.
I'm missing Semivise as well. I plan on pulling her because she's gonna get her Euphoria on the next patch. I'll pull for her. Yeah, I need her on the Nautica team.
If our little sleepyhead in that pod there can provide what we need, our situation should improve dramatically.
There's a thing that adds +1 to turn around on poison when you ult and keep. Oh, I get it. Okay, so you can basically put hissabeth on a poison team just to allow her to make the poisons last forever. She tips the little vessel, giving the salamander a brief experience of zero gravity.
I was dreaming of cutting a tree on the moon. You'd better have a good reason to wake me up. I'm not your lackey. We made the deal, that's all. And I'm freaking tired after that trip.
Yeah, you can actually use hissabeth and Yangwei, basically not really needing a poison member on the team at all if you don't need to, if you don't want to put in anyone, and you can still put Tuesday just to multiply that if you want to.
Yeah, and about that deal, I need something from you now. This little pot of yours, it's electrically insulated, heat resistant, and
Yep,
highly
I was
durable
thinking
against
exactly the
arcane
same.
energy. In short, the perfect aerospace material. All I need is to send off a bit of material from it. Don't worry, just think of it as dental work.
But enough, I cannot do that because I lack all of these characters. I still would need to pull to play the way that I'm playing mostly on my team. Yeah. Well, sadly, that wouldn't work.
Wait, you haven't paid for that yet.
If I pull hissabeth, it's probably just to work with Buddy Fairchild like most basic people would do.
A deal is a deal.
I don't have basically anyone for poison. Just Jessica. Even though Jessica can kinda work as a Tuesday whenever she gets her next Euphoria. She hooks a tiny badge the size of a fingernail onto the salamander's tail.
Here's your ID card. Just to be clear, this is only for an internship. You'll need to actually work
the
to earn
salamander's an
yourself a
intern.
permanent one. And don't do anything stupid. I vouched for you, and now both our necks are on the line.
Again, whenever Jessica gets her new Euphoria, she basically works as a Tuesday, so I won't need Tuesday at all anymore.
Ooh, it does look good on me.
I can actually
I
make a
knew I'd
poison
love
team.
with left us. The engineers at the Foundation's East Branch are way too competitive for my liking. So, what else you need? I brought some records about gunpowder-fueled fire and a few books on Eastern alchemy. Though, I'm not sure you'll be able to read any of them.
As the little salamander chatters on, he flips over its vessel, inspects it thoroughly before pointing to the square marking on the vessel's base. No, maybe. No, again, I'd rather skip Tuesday. But Tuesday is so good. But I'm gonna use Jessica for that.
What does this mean?
Oh, that? You know, I got this part from the Panjiayuan antique market.
What?
It's not a genuine antique, but the craftsmanship is quite excellent. These characters here mean microwave safe. Funny enough, microwave ovens were not that popular when I got it.
Since we were talking a little bit about portraits, portraits are really relevant for the newer units. Like, if you really think about it, the older ones, really anyone like from like 2.0 back, most of them don't have like any like relevant good portraits. Like, oh my god, this portrait changes this character so much. Everyone basically from 2.0 onwards do have some crazy good portraits. At least you can find every now and again there's a very crazy. And nowadays, most of the characters, the 6 stars that come out, they have good portraits.
Speaking of 潘家园, you can't find a flea market as big or as fun anywhere else. If you're ever looking for antiques and collectibles, it should be your first stop.
I think I hate the +1 AP units. Ooh, their P1s always +1 AP to their AP. Yes. Yes, they always are. I actually have my Aleph on Portrait 1. And I really want the second one. Because Portrait 2 Aleph is pretty good.
If you want to go take a look, I might just be nice for once and take you.
Little Salamander notices their eager eyes. At last, a chance to show off its salesman's charm. A moment is determined to seize. Yeah, I feel like Aleph probably is the one that needs the least. His Portrait 1, even though his Portrait 2 again is pretty good.
No thanks. Just making sure it doesn't mean danger explosive. I already learned that lesson from another escapade with an arcane invention.
I'll try to pull for Aleph whenever he comes back. Just to get the second portrait. She returns the dagger she borrowed, who knows when, and dips the vial of meadow powder into her desk drawer.
Alright, I've collected enough. You were so busy talking you didn't feel a thing, did you? Now back to our visitor in the checkered pattern uniform. Have you made a decision?
After a brief pause, the question name they ask switches the conversation to an entirely different track.
What are you going to do with the little astronaut when the project's over?
I'm gonna kill her.
I'll submit her application to Laplace once she agrees to join us. It'd be great if you could help with her employment procedures.
I mean, when are you going to tell her the real consequences of the storm?
Flutter Page basically doesn't have +1 AP without P1. Her normal cards are so awful. Oh no, so again, we're not gonna kill her. It's just a joke. But yes, I feel like out of all those plus AP, Flutter Page might be the one that needs most the P1. Even though if you have Flutter Page with a lot of portrait, she's kind of crazy. I seen a P5 or P6. I forgot. I think it's P5, right? The most portrait. A P5 Flutter Page, just going crazy, and not dying because she heals herself.
Always, as soon as she gets a permanent position with Laplace.
Name Day glances at Winsong, thinking she might chime in, offer an explanation at least, but she only nods. That's just how it is. That little astronaut, whom they've never even met, will have to learn it too. That pale dome and those cold steel buildings can't protect everyone. Soon the rain will wash away all that's familiar to them, again and again.
All right. Then I'll stay.
You mean you really want to stay with the circus?
I mean, for me, Flutter Page is kind of necessary. There's a lot of times where either you generate one of those incantations that makes Flutter Page, give you more AP, or it might not show up at all. Hi chat, I'm on Twitch now. No more slow YouTube chat. What? Slow YouTube chat? I love YouTube chat. You can go back on the stream. Hipperina doesn't have a straight answer.
I meant that I'm willing to do whatever you need, but I don't think I want to do this alone.
Oh, sorry. Natera is usually the only person that plays Rickroll. I just heard and thought about him. YouTube is always behind though, by 30 seconds plus, usually on most streams. YouTube chat isn't that slow. Come on, I want some blood. Let's go, YouTube versus Twitch, fight. The problem is that the Twitch people can use blurbs.
Well, we usually have stews. And sometimes Mr. Kozlov will find us some canned food if we're lucky.
Her rebuttal is soft and utterly unconvincing.
And you still want to spend the rest of your life in that circus?
I can't hear you. Okay. Okay, what? So the blurb was too loud? I'm gonna turn it down, the blurbs a bit. I feel as if I actually thought we would have several problems. Indeed. By the way, just to let you know, they're free shoots. Draggy it's an abnormality as well. A knock breaks silence. Kiparina uses the moment to lift her head. By the time she sits back and down again, the light that had flickered in her eyes is gone.
This is her, the girl I talked about.
Ah.
She doesn't speak much, but I feel that she has a good character.
You know, Draggy. The girl casts a sweeping look across the room, pausing briefly on Pointer.
Don't be shy. You can sit next to Alia. What were you talking about? I hope our Alia didn't cause any trouble, madam.
Congratulations, Draggy. Let's hit the 700. He steps into the room, noticing immediately that Kiparina is fixated on the parcel in his hands. It's filled with things he and Natalia packed, things they thought that the girl might need.
Mr. Kozlov, will I ever have the chance to return to Utranyaya?
Aww. No. No, you won't. I mean, I wish they did more with Voyager in this chapter. I mean, I know. I think a lot of people actually mentioned that they basically didn't do much with Voyager at all. And I know they are not messing with Voyager because they want to keep her like secrecy and like what is Voyager? How powerful is she? What she's all about? But at the same time, I wish they would just spend upon it just a bit. Just a bit. I need 100 more unilogs. And me here doing some tempo for this girl that I'm probably not gonna get. Yep, nope. Yeah, I imagined. Oh, this is name day? This is name day.
Oh, hey. We've already met before at the Foundation. I'm not here on a mission at the moment, so...
Oh, thank you. Welcome, name day. Yeah, that it is what it is. No, hissabeth. Tried. Again, cannot use more. I need Kiparina. Name day has some pretty cool effects. I've heard. I'm tempted to build him. Where would you use him actually? When we move forward, an expensive group photo, usually found in a weathered old frame.
Will I ever have the chance to return to Utranyaya?
Hissabeth pushes the door open just in time to catch the scene. She lingers nearby, curious, watching the girl receive her answer.
We can talk about that in the future.
But him allowing for a free ult, it's pretty crazy. I mean, depending on the character for sure. And depending on the team for sure. But again, the problem is that the ultimate teams are already producing so many ultimates for free.
Of course, we will keep in touch. You and Voyager can pay us a visit whenever you like. The girl's called Voyager, madam. She's clever, quiet, doesn't eat much. You will take her in too, won't you?
Pointer doesn't object. She runs a brief analysis and concludes that the company of a peer could help ease the pressure of Kiparina's training. After listening carefully, Mr. Kozlov pats Kiparina's shoulder.
I always hoped you would settle down and live a comfortable life. Promise me you'll do your best, Alia.
Yes, Mr. Kozlov.
Oh, you finally reached an agreement. Cool. Looks like I won't have to do any more explaining. If you're saying goodbye soon, maybe you ought to consider bringing her a party gift. She looks like she could use one.
Yeah, something to remind her of home.
Nameday picks up the thread without missing a beat. Winsong steps forward just in time, joining Kiparina's side, and hissabeth trails off.
Or maybe you can offer a few words of encouragement? What do you say?
Mr. Kozlov spies Kiparina, rubbing the device in her hands with her pinky, the one Winsong had lent her earlier. He knows her well enough to understand the meaning. Nervous. He has no idea about the device's exact value, but he's certain it's not something you'd easily find in a circus.
Right, a gift. I'll need some time to prepare it. Let's make a deal, shall we? You'll get your gift next time you pay a visit to the Utranyaya. That way, you'll keep us in mind and come home again one day.
I really miss whatever Chet's talking about, so have fun, guys. I'll focus on the story.
I feel, Mr. Kozlov. I'll find my way back to Utranyaya even if you've moved to the other end of the world.
She struggles to lift the parcel Mr. Kozlov gave her. Nameday quickly steps into to assist her in placing it on the table. Time flies. The thought pops into Mrs. Kozlov's head, but what he says out loud has nothing to do with it.
That's my girl. Remember what I said? Do the best that you can, and have no regrets. Natalia and I don't have to worry about you, do we?
No. I'll give my best performance here, like I always did with Utranyaya.
Almost like she's trying to convince herself, she nods twice in a row and makes a solemn promise in her most serious tone. A question rises up in her, just below the surface. How can she be sure? She chooses not to ask. Yay, we're gonna fight something.
Let the overture begin.
Astronaut.
Saxophone's end. A bandura?
It's
Even as you
potassium.
wish.
Remember, devious is very crashing into the hospital wall to hit Cristallo. Damn.
I dedicate this song to you.
Very aggressive. June 1987. Politics.
How do you feel? Intense nausea is common for the first few months of zero-G training.
I think I'm fine. You're very kind to ask, ma'am.
Her first training session was rough, more than a little messy, causing her to throw up. Pointer helped her to the infirmary. Once she could breathe again, she stammered out a request, just like the one she made today.
I'm ready for more.
You're at this again? Hissabeth already checked your vitals in arcane skill test reports. Her conclusion was clear. You need to rest and recover before we begin again.
Yes, inside
if you
2
push
Kiparina.
yourself too hard and become too sick to perform the mission,
No, inside 0 looks
that
better.
won't help us either.
I would say the skin that she's gonna get next patch is better than both. But yeah, I believe her I0 is better than and I think she looks cute in both. I think I'll go with that.
But I can do more. All I need is a bit more training. I need to perform flawlessly.
But I really like her skin from the next one. She looks very adorable in that one.
We don't need flawless, not at the cost of your health. We need satisfies all requirements, nothing more.
Okay, one thing that I do enjoy is that they will start putting, since 3.0, where in the timeline everything is placed in the game, so we won't need to just scramble our heads to just figure out whenever things are happening. She adjusts her tone, searching her mind for something that might qualify as comfort or encouragement.
You're already doing better than we anticipated.
She fears the words come out too flat, but Kiparina shakes her head sincerely.
Thank you. But I still haven't memorized the flight procedures, and I'm still struggling with my arcane skill.
They will put actually a new system on the game that allow us to understand where in time everything happens, because I think they also feel like people want to know and they are confused.
Maybe I can ask Miss Vinsong to give me another ley lines lesson. That's not
This
pushing myself,
takes place after the second storm, before the third, right? I don't know.
That's acceptable. But you will ensure you get a minimum of 8 hours of sleep every day.
The only thing I know is that Lucy is still in charge. That's all. Lucy is still in charge of what's the name? Laplace. Pointer gives in. She too had once been hell-bent on proving herself.
And promise me you'll eat well and never skip meals.
Oh, 100%. Matilda is most likely eventually gonna be a centerpiece of something.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Hissabeth said there would be a team-building dinner tonight. I'll attend it and train for another half an hour after we come back.
This is after Royashkin. So this is after Winsong's event.
No, that's not what I meant.
There are a few tasks more difficult than instructing a child who is too mature for her own good.
Anyway, go change. We'll go together.
Of all the restaurants in Murney, this one does the best business, thanks in no part to hissabeth. With all those mouths to feed, food has always been a vital part of her lifestyle, one that she is only too eager to share with her team. Plus, the tables here are big enough for everyone in their group to have a seat.
We sat here when we first met, no?
I think so.
No.
This table seems a bit too small now.
Well, there's strength in numbers.
Yet everything now depends on our brave astronaut. How's your arcane skill training?
Not bad, I guess. Miss Vinsong is a wise teacher.
Indeed she is.
I'm glad I've learned something from my experience with Vila. I hope you'll get to know her one day.
You'll have plenty of time to make friends once you return from your mission.
Looking forward to it. But first I have to go back to the circus. I think Mr. Kozlov will have my gift prepared
Anyway,
by then.
been fun, but
I'm
I've
sure you
gotta go do my dailies. Some other stuff. Thank you so much for joining us as well, Veneto. Have a good time on your dailies. So we start with 1.1 as a start, and 0, then Regulus, then 1.6, because Team Timekeeper was created after Chapter 4, then 1.4, which is Chapter 5. Oh, don't even start with timelines
So
with me.
he didn't come to see me in Voyager this week.
I think I'm gonna stop thinking and just allow them to give me the timelines whenever the 3.0 hits.
He has a whole circus to run, and you're busy with training. It's hard to find a good time when you are both free. And perhaps he didn't want to make you homesick, but I'm sure he misses you a lot. Mirny isn't far from here. You should go back and visit sometime. No one will blame you if you take a break for a few hours.
I am able to drive you to town, if you need.
I love that she's just surrounded now with people.
Just submit your schedule 2 days in advance. I will set some time aside for a short trip.
Thank you. But I think it will have to wait until the project's over.
I know that that's a pretty old one, technically in timeline wise, because Ord was still not in like change and in Brazil. Uh, and then I know that after a couple of time, then Yenisei ends up joining Team Timekeeper.
Mr. Kozlov said I would always be able to visit him in the future. Besides, he needs time to prepare the gift.
Not everyone is interested in the still distant future. Kiparina's friend at least is more curious. She taps the edge of the small vessel, smiling at the crisp metallic sound it makes.
Don't do that. The echo from that sound makes me dizzy.
Huh?
She pulls her hand back and watches until confirming the little creature is friendly. Then she reaches out again, trying to figure out how to get along with it.
Voyager? Don't get distracted. They've almost finished the food.
Okay, let me take a print screen. This is great. This is a thumbnail. Name Day swaps the food around the table, pushing 2 steel full plates to the middle. And I like that we have all the hair colors. Well, we have 2 they're similar, but we have white, brown, blue, green, and then we have blondes. Cold scales press against Kiparina's wrist.
Feel like a drink? Here, we've got some hot milk or warm apple cider.
Ooh, milk! Get away with the warm apple cider! Dragging a cup behind it, the snake leaves splotches of spilled drink all across the table.
Milk will be fine. Thank you.
I love to drink because the thing is, one thing that I hate about Reverse. Images from events are not saved on your like scrapbook or your atlas or anything. So if you don't get this now, you either have to go back onto the story as it's playing, or like, I don't know, go back on the stream or something.
Let's have a toast, friends, to our new team. Though no one knows for sure whether our project will succeed or is doomed to fail catastrophically, together we're working towards the future. Cheers!
Cheers! A friendly signal, a quiet promise of unity. A turning point in any story or relationship, from a stranger to a colleague, and eventually, comrade. How do you call that hair color? Person you call it Hatsune Miku.
The odds are in our favor.
It's very
Even
Hatsune
though Laplace is no
Miku.
longer in its prime, it still has the best technology and the finest scientists.
The finest scientists?
I like to call it maybe
You
aquamarine
mean
blue
us?
or
I couldn't agree
aquamarine
more.
green.
I've always believed that perseverance is the most basic fundamental quality that any researcher should possess.
Perseverance. There's only one thing that I think we should persevere with. Our efforts to return to the future.
Didn't know you Laplace researchers missed the good old days so much.
Laugh if you want, but you can't deny that our era was better than this one.
Karina keens her ears in, trying to catch each word. The room is warm, and the conversation at their table easy and relaxed. The question she's been keeping down finally bubbles out of her mouth.
What was the future like? I've read through the manual for temporary employees. The data we're going to collect may help people get back the things that they lost, right? From the future, what's Leningrad like in 1999? Were there any circus shows in your era? Does that mean everything was better than it is now? I have trouble imagining it. Were there sweets for everyone, and stores that never ran out of food?
Aww. No, the word's still terrible.
Things were much better then. Well, except for the study of ley lines. It was still struggling as a scientific pursuit, especially when it came to attracting new students. Though even now, its only student seems to lack much interest in it.
That's not true. Sorry. I'm just having difficulty focusing on it with all the other demands on my time.
It's okay. Miss Winsong was only making a joke at the expense of her very overworked student. It's true. Things were nicer in the future. I do miss the sweets, and that the shops were never empty.
I like how Pointer announced era differently. It's era, but for her it's like era, like the word empty. Has anyone else had issues with calling a place and then being put on hold for eternity? Yeah, that's just customer service nowadays, sadly. Can be annoying. Pointer not beating the Awaken allegations. Every witness seems, damn it. Life should move forward and not stay stuck in the past.
Amazing. I'm sure we'll make it back one day.
This time, she raises her cup first, to the brightest future. Wait, Pointer is awakened? Wait, she's like Lucy situation? Hello? The spread of enigma. Why am I having a hard time pronouncing enigma? Enigmification. The pale green characters pulse with emotion. Making sense of what they are saying is going to take full your cunning. Anonymous. Just had a 2-year project cancelled. Soon, I too will be able to hide out in my room all day playing Sudoku. Not sad about this at all. I wouldn't start celebrating just yet. It looks like you're about to lose your vacation time since there's a shortage of staff everywhere. What are they gonna do? It's not like a simple number theory major like me can contribute to rebuilding in the wake of the storm. Nothing's gonna stop me from going on vacation. Nothing! Would you look at that? The enigmification is spreading nicely. Good, at this rate, I have the entire Laplace break room all to myself. As more people start slacking off, supplies will be cut too. You might get to hog all the daily meals from all Laplace, but that's probably the best you'll do. You know, it would be hilarious if a bunch of random numbers and formulas turned out to be the key to defeating the storm and you got roped into non-stop 24/7 work trying to crack it, with Madame Lucy interrogating you 3 times a day about your progress. That sounds absolutely disgusting. I need an nap just at the thought of that. Oh, and as a part of the humanitarian gesture, I'll make sure your voice gets added to the machine too. Well, isn't that something? There are still poor souls who didn't get a vacation even at a time like this with all these non-essential projects getting cut. There's plenty like John from medical team, John from mechanical engineering group, and John from material science. Basically, every theoretical department is pulling all-nighters to reveal Laplace under Madame Lucy's brand of ruthless pragmatism. It really makes you wonder if the storm was part of a conspiracy by the Johns to steal funding from the rest of the teams to justify their overtime pay. Coincidence? I think not. Nobody mentions Tyler. The former strangers, about the perfect moment to speak in defense of me. We don't quite know what you meant. That's not good for business at a vet. 100%. Oh, what the hell is this YouTube experience system?
3, 2, 1, cut.
Wait.
And just so we're clear, everything went well as usual.
What's wrong with the YouTube system? Yeah. Oh, you're third. Yeah, I don't know. You're the only one talking and you're still third.
The video in this disc, to put it simply, is too much for anyone to handle. Guess what it's used for? Go on, give me the most ridiculous answer you can think of. A little tip. Think like a modern person. The development of technology allows us to save a lot of things as digital data nowadays. Yes, it's a last record. A video is much more convenient than sitting down with a pen.
Agreed. He places the data card on the table. It immediately draws in all eyes.
Data secured. Pointer, do you want me to add your part to the video now? Or maybe later?
Preferably never. This whole lost record thing is your passion. Besides, I know nothing about material sciences.
But you spent so much time transcoding the incantation. You simply must show up in my video. Please, I insist. We're a team. We shouldn't miss anyone's perspective, no?
Yes.
Even for her, long hours can wear things down. There's a trace of fatigue in her otherwise calm reply, a lag in her response.
Super. Then let's take a look at our
Superb.
work so far and learn from our mistakes. Well,
For you to
my
don't
mistakes.
forget, she's French.
Pointer and I had been working on the teleport disc at the Placid's Cosmodrome. More specifically, our interim mission was to determine how to transport supplies to space stations and spacecraft using teleport incantations. The ultimate goal being to achieve stable, safe, and long-distance teleportation to outer space viable for living organisms. The project had been going smoothly until we received some bad news. Due to a policy change at Laplace, most projects in Placids were being suspended.
Yeah, just
Fortunately,
Matilda's
the bad
Matilda
news was
French.
followed by a small amount of good. Madame Lucy said if we could
And
send a
she's
monitor
great
to
because
space
of
to
it.
collect data when the storm arrived, we'd be allowed to continue with our project. It was a vital opportunity to make our contribution to deciphering the storm. There were only 3 major issues to solve: manpower, energy supply, and determination.
And
As you can
determination it
see,
is.
the first 2 issues have been solved by our new members. Thank you all for your help, especially our brave little astronaut.
Oh, Matilda so much skyrocketed for me. Like, she is my favorite character. And I love how so much of the game right now is linked to Matilda in a way that I keep saying that Matilda herself could be a team leader at this point, because there are literally a group of characters that are only linked to Matilda. Hello, Cav. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. How are you doing, buddy? How was your weekend? Hope all good. But yeah, Jay's been on the Foundation because of Matilda. Calabuna because of Matilda. Shemaine knows Matilda. There's so many characters that are just linked to Matilda. And not Verton at all. So Matilda herself could make a team for her at this point. Also, what happened to her whenever she went to visit her mom? We still don't know.
The plan is now simple. She'll fly into space, reach the required altitude, launch the monitor, and zero in on the correct coordinates. And then
Again, I
she'll
want more people
contact
to
ground
act with her.
control to
That
come
would be a
home.
great reason for you to bring back some characters that people love, but they are not showing up, like Calabuna and Jay.
Her arcane skill will protect her from any possible danger caused by pressure or heat in the vacuum of space. Then finally, she will activate the teleport disc, and we will activate our receiver on the ground.
Ah, you got star response during the Noir event. I don't think we did. We know that her mom is behind the events, but we don't know what happened to Matilda after to the Golden City.
Ta-da! Everyone will arrive in Laplace's Arctic branch safe and sound to acclaim and accolades from
The great
all around
monitor
the scientific
Matilda
world.
highly recognizes you, and you can be
She's
really proud of that.
Well, that's a simple framework of the plan.
Thank
But
you,
we
Jeff.
still have tons of minor problems to tackle first. Our top priority is improving the long-distance positioning accuracy of the teleport disc. We've already begun testing our latest prototypes, though the last test didn't end well.
I mean, I had to have one for her.
We're still searching for the cause of that particular catastrophic error, but we won't let it stop us. This was no more than an inevitable roadblock, a small accident on the way to technological progress.
Hissabeth, if we are going to have any chance of learning from our mistakes, we can't run away
Cool.
from our problems.
Go ahead, Draggy.
All right. That last test was a week ago. Same as the last time. Though we've made some improvements, we still need an intelligent creature to run the test. And I guess it'll be me again.
Are you sure?
Earth have I done wrong?
Considering the danger and your value to the project, I think you ought to let me.
How can I ask anyone to try my invention if I wouldn't use it myself? Now, what are you waiting for? Get to the safe zone. Oh, and remember to secure the blast door.
Miss Kipperina asked about the test yesterday as she was feeding the fish. She said she's been able to control her power more now. You'd be much safer with her help.
Oh, okay. At least you got it done. I'm sorry that you had some issues, but you know, it is there. When's gonna be the appointment?
We're a team, right? We sink or swim together.
As the clock strikes the hour, a small figure peeks in through the door.
My training just finished. I hope I'm not late, Miss Hissabeth.
Well, we did have a pretty bad accident, but thanks to Kipperina's arcane skill, no one was too badly hurt. Windsong is one cool teacher, and that girl's a phenomenal student. The margin of error remained high, a significant problem for sure. But we'd learned our lesson after spending all that time recovering in the ward. That is, that we should prepare for the worst, so that those who survive will know what to do with...
Okay.
Our legacy.
They didn't have time for today?
Our last record matters, my friend.
2, I don't think that's what Pointer meant when she told us to learn from our mistakes.
Before Hissabeth can pinch its mouth shut, the little snake ducks back into her hair. Aw, okay. I can imagine that it would have been better if we could have managed to make it today, but it is what it is, I guess.
Again, I emphasize that safety must come first in the lab. It is my first and most important protocol.
Didn't they say anything about what you should do in the situation, maybe to ease up the situation? Yeah, the situation with the lizard until tomorrow. Yeah.
Windsong and I
Just
left for all
take care.
of 10 minutes, and by the time we got back, each and every one of you ended up on death's door. And now I find out you've even petitioned for a postponed evacuation. This is getting ridiculous.
You know how tight the schedule is now that the storm emergency plan has been activated, don't you? The silver lining is that now we know that we have exactly 3 months. We can still optimize the procedure and improve the disk and...
Enough, Sylvie!
Her name is Sylvie? Pointer cuts her off. Her tone is serious.
Oh, come on, friends. Can we just calm down and discuss our schedule over dinner? I believe Miss Pointer was only trying to suggest a better plan.
Got a bath? Oh, okay.
I am. I suggest we stop
I'm
all
like,
work on this project
is the lizard
immediately.
upset that you're bathing? That's complicated. The young man is caught off balance, unable to find the words to ease the tension in the room.
What? Why? The situation really isn't that dire.
Why did you bathe? You're an abnormality.
Miss Hissabeth is right. We shouldn't be discouraged over one accident, Miss Pointer. The damage wasn't too severe.
Only 3 months left, yet our latest achievement was a total catastrophe. I know what you're all thinking. That the odds are still good, and it's more or less safe to continue. But all that is a weighted gamble. Nothing matters more than your lives.
So good. We get it. She knows this all too well. This is not her first time making bold gambles.
Pointer, what do you think the odds are really?
Without diving into the calculations, it's around a 70% chance in theory. But my logic is screaming something else in my ear.
You don't have to take that risk, Pointer.
I know what I'm doing. Nothing's guaranteed in the world of science.
Closes her eyes, interrupting the playthrough of her memories. The playthrough of her memories?
The risk is too high. I can't allow it.
But it's like we always say, there's nothing guaranteed in the world of science. You never know before you take that fateful step.
Such a firm, matter-of-fact statement. Sounds exactly like something the old Pointer might have said.
My analysis points to a dangerous level of uncertainty in this project. The price of failure, even optimistically, could be much worse than a few days in recovery. There could be more permanent injuries. You could even...
Storm. Pointer scans the room. None of them have known failure. Not yet. And they shouldn't have to.
You've seen how things, places, people just disappear in the storm. You need to stop this insanity before that happens to us. Don't you understand?
I really don't. Why should we stop?
She thinks for a moment, then a spark of inspiration flashes across her face.
No, you're right. We shouldn't pretend as if it's normal to risk our lives for this. At the end of the day, if we die, our research dies with us. But if something were to happen to the team, you would be the one to survive. That's why I want you to keep our records, to take down everything in case the worst happens. Here.
Pointer looks down at the data card. Machines are only capable of faithfully recording and replaying data. They can't interpret meaning. They certainly cannot understand the reckless choice of human beings. Those who come after might skim through the logs and learn how the team met, chose, collaborated, and parted ways. But what about everything outside the frame? The temperature of the lab, the test of the restaurant signature dish, the hesitation she feels right now. No device can preserve those details. Only memory can. Some need to move forward, others need to stay behind. She doesn't look up and never reaches for the disc. She made up her mind.
I won't take it. And I won't submit this petition for you. I can't stand by. I'm done. I quit.
Yeah. We need you, Pointer. Let people kill themselves, Pointer. Wait, why have Matilda here? What the fuck happened to Aleph? This is the dream.
Or maybe take a deep breath.
Aleph.
Stars.
I dedicate this song to you.
Let me help, please. Reading.
Yeah, but why? Why she's not placed on the where Villa was?
Hold your breath.
I know how to do it. Just tell me what to do.
Or maybe take a deep breath. I've got your back.
We're almost done.
The stars, the just out of reach.
Okay, the animations, like all the, it's so pretty. I love the colors. What annoying about this version of Kip is it has no inspira. Yes, right. I was checking to see if you would be able to just play it normally, but no. It was just damage and like rousing morale, unsparing. A freezing rain. How could you possibly expect warm rain to fall inside a greenhouse? Right? It needs to be freezing. One of her skills do more stuff on odd rounds, and the other skill
The
does
name is
stuff
Pointer.
on even rounds.
Researcher in the
Oh.
LSCC Plesetsk branch. The reason I joined. The same reason I quit. Nothing matters more than people's lives. All the research I've done has been for one purpose. To make people's lives better.
Pointer, there you are. How's everything going?
I like the look of the skills. Yes, the skills are looking very pretty, especially Kiparina's. Sort of like how the character, the chapter 8 Lepera is nothing like normal, right? And she does crazy damage, by the way. Character 8 Lepera. Winsong doesn't mind her quitting. Whenever she runs into Pointer at the branch office, she always stops for a few words, often with updates on the aerospace team. Oh yeah, the
I heard
animations
you're
of the
busy with
skills
the
of this game
evacuation.
is very pretty.
Seems many
They
stores
do a
in
very good
Nihonne
job.
have already closed up.
They're very nice to look at.
As soon as I finish the handover here, I'm heading back into town to help with packing, coordinating, and explaining the situation to the locals. Same old, same old.
Same old, same old. You know, Hissabeth said that exact thing when I asked about the team's progress yesterday. They seem to be doing all right.
Good.
Winsong takes a small bag out of her coat, nudging the conversation to a lighter
Oh,
direction.
by the way, I've got some seeds left. Do you want to take them off my hands?
Do I look like a gardener to you?
Well, it's just that I heard from a few people here in Mirny that a Laplace researcher was giving out sunflower seeds. And it wasn't me, so I've been wondering just who it could have been. Don't you want some? Seriously, everyone loves them.
Right? Who doesn't love sunflowers? By the way, sunflowers is my favorite flower. On the day Pointer left to the Plaza's Cosmodrome, she handed out these seeds to everyone she passed. What was she thinking? Maybe she just wanted to break all ties to stop herself from turning back? She keeps his bag, saving it for the right moment.
Thanks. So, who ended up signing the application?
Hissabeth will, when she goes to collect the monitor and report our research to Ludwig. She says it's more likely to get approval that way.
They don't know when to stop, do they?
They don't know the meaning.
Stop. If the fish get startled, then they won't eat anything.
I see, Miss Hissabeth.
She sprinkled the fish food carefully over the water surface, hoping these fragile little creatures might cling to some instinct to survive.
I finished the full inventory check. There's more runium left than we thought. Now, where should I put these useless old files? I was thinking we could use them for draft paper.
Maybe you can turn them into a knife or something. A knife would be more useful at this point. You know, to cut fruit or whatever.
Actually, that card there on the table would work better for that.
Why's that?
It's all about the material. Metal makes a better edge than paper. Never quite understood why you made them like that.
Oh, I was testing out a new alloy. I used it to make Winsong's and Pointer's cards. It gets harder and sharper when heated. Give it a rub with your hands and you can use it as a letter opener.
Their words trail off. They even try not to bring up Pointer's departure, to pretend like everything is still just as it was.
The ritual still isn't stable enough. We need a specific location or area to set as a destination in advance. But first, we need a way to pinpoint a recognizable area. The formula should be...
Miss Winsong sent me a message. She said, don't forget to collect the monitor.
Oh, she sent it to you too? Tell her I said thanks. No, that number doesn't look right.
I tried my best, but those arcane minerals you were asking for are scarce as all hell. I haven't been able to find a single supplier.
Then we'll carry on without them. That's it. Nope, wrong again. Pointer was the master of numbers. With that brain of hers, she'd have had this over and done by now.
Sounds from the corner of the room draw her attention. Voyager is stacking pieces of mineral shards into a wobbly tower. In the lamplight, the peak sparkles, strangely mesmerizing.
Careful, don't hurt yourself. They're more powerful than they seem.
Voyager nods with a vague but accepting gesture, and hissabeth turns back, ready to refocus on the data. The fragile silence is broken, and other words spill out.
Miss Hissabeth.
Math is hard. The little would-be astronaut walks over and stands beside hissabeth. It's rare for her to approach so closely.
I have a question for you. Sorry if it's not a good time, but it's important to me. And it's something I hope you'll answer honestly.
Startled by the coming topic, Nameday broke the fish tank accidentally. He scrambles to scoop up the spilling fish from the floor.
Sorry, ladies, please ignore me. I'm not here, and I didn't hear a thing.
Но если я заплачу, мисс Киперина, умная молодая девушка, неудивительно, что она быстро во всем разобралась. Вы согласны?
Okay, just throw a lot of Russian. Isabel looks down at her. The upturned face is young, but so very determined.
So, what's your question?
Miss Pointer said something before she left about places and people disappearing into the storm. It's hard to believe that she would ever give up on our mission. Unless she knew the price of failing was truly horrible. Then the storm can't just be some normal kind of natural disaster. This storm will destroy everything. Won't it?
She doesn't even know how long that question has sat in that pit of her chest. In her glass marble eyes, Isabel sees a brightness welling up. Doesn't know how to respond, but silence can be an answer too, and the girl understands.
All the people we know, all the bears, birds, these fish, everything.
Yes.
The lost future that you talk about. Was it the first to disappear? Or are there more that have been lost? Will the same thing happen to our time? Things are much worse than you let on. What else has changed in the future?
The light in her eyes never fades, not completely. Sabrina has long understood that tears won't change anything.
Many things changed. Some things won't last nearly as long as people think they will. For you, the world might seem to have turned upside down, but life will go on.
Pointer is gone. Winsong has their own geological surveys. Now everyone that's left seems to be looking for hissabeth for answers. She tries to choose her words deliberately, but she has hardly ever been comforted, so she doesn't know how to comfort others.
So, now that you know what's at stake, are you ready to officially join Laplace? I'm afraid there is still a great deal I cannot tell you until then. Many of the answers you're seeking are classified, for employees only.
Pardon me, Miss Hissabeth, but given the danger of the mission we are expecting Kiparina to perform, I think she has the right to know what the storm really is.
I understand that you don't want to go against Laplace's rules. But I'll bet there aren't any rules against me figuring it out, and you simply nodding. Am I right?
Hissabeth nods, so Kiparina goes on.
I won't get to see Mr. Kozlov or get that gift in the future. So, if I join Laplace, I won't see anyone from Utranyaya ever again.
Good morning, love. How are you doing, Steffi? Thanks for joining us. He hesitates, but at last nods again.
The choice is yours. I won't force you to do anything. Remember the day we first met in the restaurant? I said I would write you a
How was your
I was
weekend,
serious.
Steffi?
I still am. In fact, it's already done. Winsong has signed on to it too. And our foundation friend behind you is prepared to offer another guarantee, just in case. We will make a recommendation for your friend Voyager as well, but that's all we can do. I'm afraid we can't protect everyone, nor can we make this decision for you. Do you want to keep going?
The question isn't just for Kiparina. If they recover the data, that data is any good, maybe someday no one will have to worry about the storm ever again. Yes, I am all good. Just having the best time with the story. Actually, it's getting super interesting now. But what if they put their lives in jeopardy and gain nothing from it?
If you don't, you'll be allowed to return and accept what's to come. But if you join us, there is a chance to change things.
That is her answer. The only answer she needs to keep going. Poems come by chance. I am grateful for the time I felt exhausted and uninspired, yet never put down my pen. Silence has weight, like sand piling, land on layer on layer on one's chest. Eventually, it can suffocate. The sobs barely register. 2 or 3 snuffed out before they can burst.
I will complete my mission.
She speaks with clarity, as if making a solemn vow.
And if I successfully come back with the data, I'll consider joining the Plus. But I can't make a decision now. I need more time to think. I will stay until my job is done. You don't have to worry about that. That is what Mr. and Mrs. Koslov and my friends in the circus would all want. It is the right thing to do. If you'll excuse me, I should return to my training. I'll see you later.
Putting so much effort into it. Is already on the move before the last word is spoken, leaving behind another layer of suffocating silence. It doesn't take long before someone else tries to wriggle out from it too.
Us too. Need to double check the warehouse inventory. Might find something useful.
Wait, haven't we done that already? Those...
Alright, we'll let you know if we find anything.
They leave the room one after another. In the corner, Voyager seems entirely unsure of what to do.
Join them if you want. I have some unfinished business.
Moments later, the last light-footed silhouette exits the room. Familiar gold glint rests on the far end of the hallway, her head lowered against the wall. Voyager tries to approach, but hesitates, stopping mid-step. She looks around to make sure the hallway is empty, and lifts her violin onto her shoulder.
Alia.
The music strings in her voice twist together like a trembling thread, calling her friend.
Was that you? Did you just say my name? You weren't up to...
As she sees flickering sparks, her voice falters. Then, in a heartbeat, Voyager resumes her usual appearance.
Stars. Good. Alia. Happy.
Hissabeth has the office to herself for once, but the progress she had hoped would come to her is still elusive. After yet another failed calculation, she sets her pen down and reconsiders her goals.
These calculations need to be finished today. The teleport ritual requires the caster to recite the location. It could be understood as calibrating in a way. Let's continue with that thought. The destination must be preset, and the ritual casts through incantation. But the further the distance, the harder it is to stay on target. If only there were an arcane reaction strong enough and unique enough to calibrate to.
It's only then that she noticed the strangeness of the moment, which is abruptly broken by the arcane energy monitor as it lets out an ear-splitting alarm. A blinding light flashes across the entire screen, then cuts off. The instrument's detection radius is small, barely beyond the nearby hallway. She narrowly avoids a full-on collision with the doorway. Luckily, she catches herself using the girl's shoulder.
What happened? Are you alright, Miss Hissabeth?
Was that you? Did you cast that arcane skill just now? No, those energy levels were too high for you, beyond most arcanists. Who was with you just now?
Voyager. She was just trying to make me feel better. Did it interfere with your experiments? I apologize, Miss Hissabeth. I promise it won't happen again. She just left. If you want to find her, I'll go with you.
Are you saying she was the one that cast that arcane skill?
Yes. It was so pretty. It was like
a neutron star.
It's obvious that the concept is beyond Kiparina. She tilts her head expectantly.
It's a type of highly magnetized star that emits powerful beams that can be traced to show us its precise location. We call them the beacons of space. Such a strong arcane reaction would be so bright that it'd be trivial to locate even from an extreme distance.
I don't know much about space, but it sounds like the difference between finding a star in the sky and looking for the sun. But then the universe is also very big. I imagine if you were looking from far enough away, even the sun would seem small.
Mad, I'm afraid you're right. When comparing all the stars in the observable universe, our sun is far from the largest or brightest. Only the closest. We can't assume proximity in our case. But then, there's still got to be a way, no?
Capturing the fleeting aura, she propels a new train of thought forward.
Before the storm arrives, the levels of arcane energy in all affected areas will be greatly amplified. But what about places that won't be affected? Perhaps then the trick will not be to look for the light in darkness, but for the darkness in the light. Like finding a dim bulb in a string of Christmas lights.
Hissabeth places her hand on Kiparina's shoulder and makes a promise.
If that's the case, I can adjust the portion of runium in order to focus the disc precisely on Placets. If this works out, then I guarantee you will arrive home safe and sound.
2 months before the storm. And all because Voyager
Understood.
played some song.
Take care.
And also, she said that was similar to a neutron star. So I think it kind of corroborates my already assumption that Voyager herself is a star. She ends the call and waves at the silhouette walking her way.
What are you up to?
I've been communicating with the garrison in Mirny. They've picked up some abnormal critter activity during their patrols. Another batch of residents is set to evacuate too. I'll head over to help them shortly. What about you? Your geological survey? Are you staying at the branch, or will you head back to HQ?
Haven't found anything that's worth digging up yet, but I've decided to give it another try. Should be back here in time for the evacuation. Though I'm hoping to stick around for my little apprentice. She said she'll only give us her decision on joining Laplace once she's back from her mission. I can't wait to hear the good news. You still pretending not to care?
My concern, whether it exists or not, will have no tangible effect on their results. I just hope they...
Hissabeth is planning a final teleportation test the day after tomorrow. I'll be observing from the meeting room. You know, the one we always use upstairs? Early in the afternoon.
I'll likely be in Miami by then.
Brief silence follows. In the pause, Winsong deftly shifts the topic to the conspicuous glass tank in the crowd.
Hey, Ulrich. We meet again. You look even worse than when we last met.
Ah, Miss Winsong.
Ah, Ulrich.
And Pointer? What have we here? Two of our busiest bees working together in the Plessis branch?
Pointer has no idea why Ulrich looks even worse. His expression, as ever, is nigh unreadable, so she simply nods to him.
So when is this humanitarian vacation of yours over? Any interest in sparing a little time to watch something fun?
If by something fun you mean Dimitri's party, then thanks, but no thanks.
No, not that. I told you about it before. Hissabeth's teleport disc experiment.
Ah, yes, that one. You know, word of it is already spreading through HQ and all the other branches.
And? What's the impression?
I wouldn't categorize it as good, but it has certainly become a contentious topic.
At least one of the bigwigs is supportive, Madame Lucy. It seems she intends to keep our experiment going either way. She even invited a prominent string theory researcher to HQ. As I said, even if we don't get the results we hoped for, the work itself can be illuminating.
The silenced researcher at last offers a wave to attract the attention of the room.
Excuse me. I have obligations to attend to. Let's talk again later.
He walks off, leaving Ulrich and Winsong to watch her as their figure passes into the hall and away. Several minutes pass, then Winsong gasps.
Bean, I forgot my badge. And Pointer's gone. How am I supposed to get back to the lab? Sorry, Ulrich. Do you mind walking me back? By the way, you didn't answer whether you'll be at Hissabeth's experiment.
Yay, my Dynamo boy. In his Dynamo world.
Let the overture begin.
I no. Heal the
Do you have any requests?
a blessing bestowed by fate.
Listen up. Please, listen. Saxophones and... Saxophones and... A bandura? My next performance, bubbles bursting. Listen to the melodies of wind and waves.
Perhaps even the stars in the cosmos have songs to sing too. To Camille, literature may be divided into countless intricate schools, yet what it ultimately conveys is remarkably simple. Dear Camille, how long has it been since we last spoke? The long tug of war with the cold drained all my energy. Only today did I manage to warm up enough to dip my tail in ink and write to you. Sylvie is doing well. Maxim and Alexander always help her think in parallel, and Monique, as usual, keeps things under control at critical moments. Serpentis has been showing more and more signs of thought lately. I think it's only a matter of time before he speaks. Helene is sleepier than ever, staying in the heated rooms around the clock. As for Chantal and Pierre, they are the same as always. And me, he didn't just hibernate. The local literature has filled the gaps in my collection that Sylvie once ruthlessly discarded. The Mendocines were deeply moved by these authors' vivid portrayals of suffering and death. Yet even within the darkest themes, the author's explorations of new paths brimmed with vitality, dreams, and a defiant sense of romanticism. Whenever I read the literature to her, her memories become unusually vivid, and she recalls one line in particular with striking clarity from the Pasternak's February. The truest verses arise by chance, tempered in a fire of pain. Of course, there's no way to verify this, and Sylvie would never admit it, but I believe she is the most romantic in our family, or maybe the second most, after me. I wish you were a part of the Dubois family too. That way, you truly understand what Sylvie memories feel like when she sees a shooting star. I truly hope we can talk about all this someday. Maybe after Sylvie's later challenge is complete, you could visit Blessed. I promise Sylvie and I will both be warmly awaiting your welcome. Your dear friend, Estelle. Concerto. Hissing snakes, crackling sparks, measuring tapes, a crow, and a glassfish tank. A mass full of life and sound. Few months before the storm still. There's not much difference in the lab today, even though the others had tried to tidy up the clutter. Any attempts at organization are doomed to fail here. Hissabeth pushes the last stack of files to the corner of the table, then steps back to survey her work.
I'm ready. Remember to stay within the safe zone. The medical team is helping with the evacuation, so we need to be extra careful this time.
Miss, are you sure I shouldn't be the one doing this? I've mastered my arcane skill. I'll be able to protect myself.
No. Look at all the files here. They might give you a paper cut. It's an unacceptable risk for our astronaut. Even the slightest abrasion could explode under the pressure of liftoff. No need for concern. We've done the simulations and cross-checked the data thoroughly. To aid in the disk's mental preparation, I even read Madame Lucy's speech and some Laplace essays on the scientification of arcane skills.
But...
Kiparina.
Hissabeth's tone is formal, far more serious than she is known for in any other situation. Kiparina's back straightens.
Take the others behind the blast door. I'll use my arcane skill to protect the field as much as I can. In order to maintain communication, you'll need to stay behind that door, or else the signal will be disrupted. But with my arcane skill, the risk should be minimal.
But if something goes wrong, what will you do?
I will take care of myself. The only thing I ask is that you pay close attention to what I do. Because in the worst case scenario, if you find yourself out there alone, you'll need to be able to perform this intuitively.
I don't know if I'm ready.
Maybe, but it's still too early to give up, little astronaut.
Gives her a gentle push on the shoulder, nudging her back. The automatic door begins to close. She doesn't finish her sentence before the door is shut completely.
Enough talking. We don't have time for any dramatic farewells. Wait, whose idea is this? Couldn't be Pointer's. She packs meticulously. Let me guess. Winsome?
She reads the words on the ID, smiling smugly at her confirmation.
How is she gonna get back into the lab?
Before activating the disc, she hangs the unexpected find around her neck.
I'll just have to surprise her with it later.
The empty meeting room, Ulrich and Winsong takes up a space on opposite sides of the door. No one feels like sitting at the uncomfortable conference table without a good reason.
Where would you place their odds? Perhaps more importantly, is there any guarantee the data they collect will elucidate meaningful truths behind the storm?
You know as well as I do, Laplace hasn't mastered the art of prediction. We don't offer guarantees. Besides, maybe our demon already knows how this all ends. But I'd rather not. Personally, I hate spoilers.
As do I.
Ulrich shrugs, about to continue the conversation by mentioning a neat bit of tech he's recently looked into, when a strange but familiar voice cuts in.
Slackers! Slackers!
Yes, I've found the room. Thank you.
Ulrich's voice modulator stutters for a moment before finally spitting out the name.
Is that Adler?
Mr. Ludwig?
Winsong looks stunned. Ulrich, clearly confused, flashes a giant exclamation mark. The raven perched on the monitor's head tilts its own with curiosity.
I'm glad to see you're so devoted to our research, and I thank you for your hard work.
Oh, it's so cute!
I'm here to deliver the storm monitor on behalf of Madame Lucy. Given our lack of resources and time, we were forced to modify an existing device to perform as our monitor. It was originally a robotic assistant, something to set daily schedules and work reminders. You already noticed Adler's voice. It's synthetic, of course. His colleagues originally developed this machine for him as a humanitarian gesture. It was trained to mimic his voice, an attempt to keep him social. It ultimately proved ineffective in that role, so now it will serve as our monitor.
I understand. Given the circumstances, recycling resources is wise. Though I struggle to see how a robotic assistant could be a humanitarian gesture.
Your appreciation is noted, and I supposed you might. In fact, this vacation Madame Lucy sent you on to Plesetsk is a kind of humanitarian gesture on her part. Perhaps she hopes you'll gain a deeper understanding of the term.
The raven, pleased with the silence, offers no further input. Winsong taps a few times on the monitor and smiles at her new discovery.
Mind if I take a closer look? Wow, there are a lot of voice packs programmed into this thing. How to temper steel. Madame Lucy's voice, I'd bet. And then what else is here? Sweetheart? The superstar? Oh, and Sputnik 1 too.
Oh, we have the sweetheart voice line in Sputnik.
Warm and fluffy company. Who could that be?
Warm and fluff company. Pickles? Barbara? Fluffy. Who's warm and fluffy?
What a waste of time. Why would a monitor need a critter's voice in space?
Maybe they just put it in for fun.
That was another character.
It can be useful to relieve a little stress. Oh, perfect timing. Hissabeth has entered the testing grounds.
Field report. I activated the disk, but it's not working. There must be an error in its incantation. Oh, the indicator is red. So then it must still be accumulating arcane energy. It may be calibrating its position within the range I set. But what about all this excess energy? I worry it might not just transport me, but half the office.
Any last words? If you explode, I call dibs on your fish.
Have some patience. It's doing something.
Shakes her disc once or twice, but when she stops, it continues to tremble violently. The entire office begins to rattle along with it. The fish in the echo tank dark anxiously.
Bad news. I don't think any of those fish are gonna survive. Wish me a safe journey.
Okay. Before the floor starts to ripple, the monitor scoots itself out in the hallway for safety. Winsong slams her back against the wall to steady herself. Looking up, she sees Ulrich glass tank vibrating, its contents scattering into tiny particles.
I can hear you brainstorming, Ulrich. It's oddly literal.
The sound of the shattering glass immediately has Winsong turn her colleague, confirming that Ulrich is still secure inside his case. The noise appears to have come instead from a fish tank falling in. Oh.
You know, Hissabeth, there's gentler ways to make an entrance.
Oh. The voices around her, whether in her headset or in her ears, are garbled, twisted by the movement. Mid-air, Hissabeth adjusts her posture and lands squarely on the meeting table. Aside from the poor fish that were flung... Okay, sorry, I'm so focused on this moment. That was a QCG. But she teleported. The fish flopping on the floor begins to slow. The sap begins to slow, except the one that has landed fortuitously in Ulrich's tank.
Poor fish. I attempted to turn my aquarium into fireproof ceramic to keep it safe, but it looks like it just made it easier to shatter. Wait.
Mention of her arcane skill triggers a panic. She glances down at the object she'd been handing to Winsung. It's heavier than it should be. This must be Laplace's first ID badge with a ceramic strap.
Uh-oh, I forgot about this. Luckily, it didn't affect the card itself.
She blinks, letting the shimmer of her arcane skill fade.
That's a unique design. Thanks. It might make for a nice conversation piece.
Ulrich is busy saving the poor fish swimming atop his head, dropping it back into the tank.
Congratulations, Miss Hissabeth. Your results appear more than adequate. Indeed, you have exceeded my expectations.
Is that stuffy office talk for good job? Merci all the same.
Congrats. So does your success here mean my lovely apprentice has a chance to land back on Mother Earth safely?
More than a chance now. Though I'm afraid the adjustments we've made to the process will be impossible to replicate at scale.
Nonetheless, you've convinced me.
The Raven rolls towards them in its mechanical perch.
Your application for delayed evacuation is approved.
The cheers in Hissabeth's headset reach her before she finished processing the words.
But I haven't even submitted it yet.
Well, you may submit it now.
And it's gonna be approved.
So, that's why you're back here with that torn-up application form? I gotta tell you, it's impressive you managed to piece it back together.
All eyes fall on the thin sheet of paper held together with tape and barely legible.
At least I learned something from it. Don't teleport paper products without a protective sheet.
We seem so close to success. I will keep training. I need to stay at my best for our lunch day.
Voyager taps Kiparina on the shoulder, doing her best to express her opinion.
I know. I won't push myself too hard. Thanks, Voyager.
I still feel that Voyager is gonna be very important in the
rest
story.
Too,
She's literally a star. I'll keep saying that. Technically, Voyager might be the strongest arcanist on Earth.
You should take a day off. Consider it a celebration
based on
of
just
our
sheer
successful
power,
experiment.
not technique.
Actually, I believe Miss Hissabeth already has plans for me. We still have a lot of work.
Kiparina holds her stare on the pondering researcher, silently seeking her input.
Plans? Yes, that we do. I need to train you to use the monitor. You will have to confirm the final coordinates on the disk and be able to perform the final safety checks before launching. Oh, I think it may be necessary to implement a particular procedure that Ludwig mentioned. A humanitarian vacation.
Okay, I think we're nearing launch day, and I'm getting more excited as we go. Finally, we managed to teleport, which is very neat. Wherever spring stays. I have seen many kinds of flowers, in small towns and laboratories, on hurried journeys. They bloom so well and so fragrantly. "29 hours before the storm?" Reckless as Myrni, whenever the name, the town surrounded the Comodrome. They were built to support the nearby research facilities and fall silent along with them. A single snowflake goes unnoticed in the vast white, melting into hot breath.
Allow me. These should be the lost boxes.
Leave them, miss. Just tell us which ones should be moved and we'll take care of them. We all got our own jobs to do.
The young soldier bends down ahead of Pointer, loading the boxes into the truck one by one with practice speed. Pointer checks the list in her hand and gives a nod. Correct quantity. Second to last batch of supplies is now loaded.
Will you leave with the others tomorrow? Or are you staying on until the final evacuation?
Our orders are to evacuate to Xeno's nearest base tomorrow. How about you? We were responsible for escorting the last staff members from the Placid's Cosmodrome. That place should be empty now, shouldn't it? An evacuation like this has to be for something big. I'm sure you know better than I do. If you can, miss, find somewhere safe. ASAP.
I'm leaving Myrni tonight, just as soon as I help finish with the evacuation. There are fewer troops around now. Have there been any further orders?
Some were sent to clear the roads. There's been more critters blocking the way lately. I guess the others were assigned to an urgent support mission. So it's just the rookies like me left.
Evacuations can be dangerous. A job like this shouldn't be left to new recruits.
You think so? Honestly, I was hoping for a little challenge. But we're soldiers. We follow orders.
Engine roars to life, sending up a small flurry of snow from its undercarriage.
Do you need a lift?
Thanks, but I'm going back to check on the evacuation. Be safe.
The truck disappears down the slush-covered road carved through the snow. Pointer heads to the opposite direction, further into the town.
So, this is our humanitarian vacation here? An open mining pit?
You've got it. It's nearby and easy to reach. I can't see a reason why we shouldn't come check it out. The only problem is I got the timing a little off. But just you wait. It won't be long now before the Aurora shows up.
Tosses a pebble towards the pit, it vanishes into the dark.
We've recruited a great team from Laplace and the Foundation and worked out the kinks of our teleport disk. If we can just manage to collect some useful data, our future could be brighter than any Aurora.
I hate to be negative at a time like this, but this is still a big gamble.
But we want big today. Didn't you join us to bring about a better future? Just think. Our achievements on this project could pave the way to a promotion or at least a transfer.
Don't try to butter me up with promotion talk. Anyway, it's bad luck to talk like that right before a mission. Worse than bad luck, it's cliché. Strangers coming together to do great deeds, risking mortal peril for the good of humanity. Now, just before the climax, we'll start talking about their motivations and backstories.
Oh no, that was really a red flag. I've played enough Heaven Burns Red for no, don't do that.
All to give the story a twist. When someone bites it in the last act, and then the whole gang is haunted by their last moments of peace together.
Basically Heaven Burns Red.
There's a theory about that. What is it called again? Right. Quantum entanglement. Where I'm from, there's a book called I Jing that has a similar idea. That the things we do are mirrored in faraway places.
After turning several near identical corners, Pointer reaches her destination. A small group of people has gathered by the roadside. The moment they spot her, their wind-chapped faces break into smiles.
How are things proceeding? I'm here to perform a final check on the evacuation.
It's going well. We're all ready to leave. It's just these flowers. We thought about planting them somewhere just so we don't need to carry them. But with the soil frozen over.
Flowers?
Yes, you know, from the seeds you gave us. My daughter planted them just for fun, but they really thrived.
The little girl, bundled in a thick winter clothes, hoists up her box of treasures to Pointer several tall, potted sunflowers. Aww.
It's really,
August would be
difficult.
proud.
It's a miracle. Miss, but you and I did it together.
Yes, I suppose it indeed appears miraculous. But how are you going to take them with you? I think it will be a bit too heavy to carry on the road.
We've given away the rest to some of our neighbors. But these are the ones that bloomed the best. It
I always
hurts
feel
to
like
think we're just
sunflowers
leave
are
them
almost
here
like
to die.
ready to hug someone in the way that their petals and everything sometimes can just curve.
It's so cold now, and it's getting hard to find food. We know we have to evacuate soon, but no one has told us where we're going or what's next. Despite all the hardship, these seeds you gave us somehow managed to bloom under my daughter's care. Look, they're absolutely radiant. If even these little flowers are ready to fight to survive, how can we give up?
The townspeople around her chime in, and the girl beams even brighter, holding the box tight in her arms.
That's true.
Wants to tell them to save their space and energy for more important supplies. Seeds were a gift from Windsong, likely altered through an arcane skill, perhaps already adapted to grow in permafrost. At this moment, it doesn't seem right to judge these flowers to hold meaning for others.
Thank you. I'm not aware of the local species of flowers here, but I'm certain all the same that these are the most beautiful flowers in Murney. I hope you can find a way to take them with you.
Watching the golden hue of the sunflower fade into the distance, Pointer steps back onto the street. She will check on the vehicle she parked earlier, take on a final patrol, and then leave without looking back. Yet Murney is, in fact, just large enough for chance encounters to still occur.
Hey, am I seeing things? Pointer?
The glint of a Laplace uniform blends into the snow, and she squints until she recognizes the waving figure.
Oh hey, weren't you on vacation? Why are you back here with the evacuation team?
Well, I had nothing else to do anyway, and we need all the help we can get. Did you hear? There's still a team at Placid's. Ludwig even approved a delayed evacuation for them. I guess they're planning to stay to the very last moment. Can you believe that?
Ludwig actually approved it. They are going to stay in the Cosmodrome?
The news is nothing like she expected. Her voice rises in shock.
Unbelievable, right? That takes a lot of guts. Who would have guessed we had people like that here at Laplace? If you've got time, maybe you should go check on them. See if you can talk some sense into them.
Aims to pat her shoulder, but considering her mechanical components, he lowers his hand halfway.
Anyway, I have a street of houses to check one by one for
Oh, she
stragglers,
is mechanical.
so I've got to get back to it. Oh, it's freezing cold out there. Don't forget to check the components.
So is she like
I'll
an
catch up with you when we
android?
get back to the
Or
branch.
she's just a hollow machine body as awakened, just like Lucy? Curious what Pointer is. He once hoped that Ludwig would shut down this absurd plan, a mission with far greater odds of failure than achieving any meaningful goal. But she should have known better. The place is filled with the most stubborn people imaginable. They would never give up no matter how many obstacles stand in their way. The storm is coming. What else is left for her to do? Pointer looks into the reaction of the Cosmodrome, the building obscured by a swirling sheet of white.
Everything is made of atoms. From afar Mount Taihang, it's like a grindstone. The Yellow River is like a belt. And all these things are but dust. In other words, maybe the reason why we are here is only a complete coincidence.
Hold it, hold it. Let's just get back to the topic at hand. I think I'm allergic to poetry.
Oh, I want to hear the rest.
I also wanted to read
Would
the
you
rest.
please let him finish?
No way. I think I'd rather take a chance on that lethal backstory cliche. How about you start us off?
The little snake tilts their head in unison, every eye lensing visibly on name day. He almost wishes for a petrification spell to hit himself.
Sure, what do you want to know? Are you curious about why I chose our loose yet ambitious team?
I'm curious about your name. Day.
Loose yet ambitious. That's a good description.
I would make a joke, but it would probably not fall well. So I would just skip it. But just focus on the word, on this phrase, loose yet ambitious. And then you can just probably make the joke yourself.
You brought it up. Now spit it out. And make it simple.
Maybe I shouldn't have oversold it. I just think you have a good plan. What if this works? What if we do this and it changes the world? And I could be a part of that. It's a tempting thought, don't you think? I just don't want to see another place I hold dear lost to the storm.
So you mean it was for your hometown?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Isn't your homeland still here in this era?
More often than not, Hipparina chooses to listen and wait. She seldom inserts herself into conversations.
Have you just accepted the fact that it will disappear again?
Shakes his head.
My home isn't in this era. Maybe the names are the same. Same old familiar buildings, but nothing that matters to me. What's gone is gone. Don't feel bad for me, though. Now I have my own portable hometown.
He raises the finger and taps the little ornament dangling on his ear.
Hey, I always figured you kept that around in case you needed some quick cash. You know, like those pirates that had coin earrings.
Oh, no. My brother said he would kill me if I gave this away. It's meant to be for the last living child, a family heirloom of sorts. If I lost it, I think my family would crawl out of their graves and haunt me.
Or in that sense,
If
they would
had
probably
graves.
cross
Still,
the
if I was
storm.
in dire need.
Family. The word stirs emotions in all those listening. Hipparina lowers her head, trying to hide her expression.
Alia family?
She points to the ground, doing her best to respond with the words she's learned, even if the meaning is slightly off.
No, Voyager. This is not my family. They're in Newtonia. These are my friends.
Friends.
She knows this word, but until now she only used it to describe Hipparina. For Hipparina, it's a word that breaks down barriers and opens doors.
You told me that as long as there are living people to remember what has been, that what we're doing will be worthwhile. I've tried to accept that, but I still can't. What has been? It's not just an old building or some candy in a store. It's the place I grew up and the people I love that will be taken away. It's everything in my life. It is my life. I know I must accept it. That I can do nothing but accept it. But how can I ever accept it?
Another long silence. Everyone standing here has a reason to keep going, a reason strong enough to chase the absurd. In other words, no one here knows the real answer. This is what makes Reverse always beautiful and heavy and incredible. It's very poetic and it's very deep, especially when it comes to just loss and death. It paints things in such a beautiful way, or in such a meaningful way. The other games kind of cannot do the same. It's not like they cannot because they are unable to.
Always arguing.
They can't because it's just how their story are shaped up to be. Most games and stories, they tend to be more loose and more fun, or try to see those things or tackle these subjects in a different way. In Reverse usually chooses to tackle these subjects in a more emotional, deep way, and it kind of resonates with me. We who chase the stars, Those who departed from home are now wandering through tales. The hardest person to convince is often yourself. Sensing Kiparina's disappointment, Nameday finally speaks up.
About that,
I don't know.
The blunt reply causes him to bite his tongue and listen.
When I heard about my parents' death, I was just stepping onto the bus to Laplace. I felt like I had no time to even think about it. I guess I mistook that for acceptance. After all, there's nothing I could do to change it. Then about 3 months later, I broke my pen while writing a research log. I cried for 40 hours. 40 hours. And I'm not exaggerating. I'm grateful my roommate didn't have me commit it.
Was it your parents' pen?
The very idea of Hissabeth's crying seems almost impossible to imagine. She cuts off the thought before it turns impolite.
Nah, just an ordinary Laplace office pen. They give them out by the boxload. But back home, when I broke something, my parents would tease me for being careless. And then we would find a new one together. You can't really accept a thing like this. The only thing you can do is put your pain aside and find something to do with yourself. Even if it's just making a ball of tape. Just wrap a ball round and round over and over until you've forgotten what it even looked like inside.
Maybe that is something I can try.
The little astronaut nods solemnly.
Cool, you should. I'm speaking from experience. You know, when you're young, everything bad seems like the end of the world. Forgetting your homework might as well be the apocalypse.
Yeah. Right. Nameday swallows the words he had meant to use to lighten the mood. I will feel also about lost. It's very nice that we have people to share things with. Like these 3 people, they can share with each other those experiences. At least they're not alone. It's very complicated whenever you're dealing with something and there's no one there you can share. No one you can just have a talk or vent. But they kind of can see each other's through the same lenses of people they're lost something or they're about to lose something. He's heard enough of them before. He's even asked himself the same.
Are you going home, Mr. Raccoon?
no. I'm heading out for a mission.
Vila said it's a time that you're familiar with. But that you didn't ever plan on going back. I know Vila had another home before she moved to Rayashki. You must have one too. What was it like? Does it snow there?
Yes, it snowed there. So much that it made the trees sag and covered up your footprints as soon as you walked past. When the Volkov froze over, my sister and I would go and fish from holes we cut in the ice.
Will you conform to the horse betting gacha, Archer? I was actually thinking about it. I was actually watching. I forgot the name of the streamer. It was an orc. And he was playing the Uma Musume. And I was like, this looks fun. So I think I'll give it a shot. I'm not saying that I'm gonna add to I'm gonna test it out and see how I feel about it. Hello Jojo, how are you doing?
Comrade Pasuno once fell in the ice doing that. We didn't see him at school for weeks.
Playing on the ice can be dangerous, little August.
Legend has it that girl who drowned became Rusauki. He asked Villa once, and she confirmed it was only a myth. Those stories are like that, heavily embellished in the retelling. To hold the boy's drifting thought and rein in his own memory, he squats down until his head is level with the sunflower.
But it's all gone now. No matter the era. Even if I went back to that little dot on the map, it would never be the same.
Like Rayashki.
Just like Rayashki.
Another patch of land whose story was lost to the storm, remembered only by the few lucky enough to have lived there. It tries to pull the topic back before it veers somewhere neither of them can handle.
Поэтому мы должны выжить, и потом все встанет на круги свои.
Can't play games. Why? What happened?
Жизнь — это очень важная вещь.
So I'm sorry. I always feel like it would be terrible if I couldn't play games. Games are one of my biggest like outlets of just like enjoying things and having fun.
Иди, следуй тому маршруту, который я тебе дал. Никогда не оглядывайся
And
назад.
also, if I wouldn't be able to play games, I wouldn't be able to stream. Or why would I stream? People only come to the stream because I play games, not really because of floating apple talks.
Being certified as capable for an independent field mission means you're an official Foundation member. Congrats in advance.
Bombard is school work? What? You cannot play games because someone bombed your school? I enjoy watching you, that's why I'm here. Oh, thank you so much there, free shoots. Again, I never feel that I'm interesting. I just feel like a lot of people, they come because I am playing games that they like. But it's very nice that some people actually enjoy that whatever I'm putting here, even though like I am just again floating apple. So I appreciate. That's very kind of you.
Most people here use an alias, though it's all up to you. Just make sure you pick a good one. It's not easy to change once it's confirmed.
I see. Thank you for telling me.
The day he left home came close to another date soon to be celebrated. That's it. He hands over his application form.
Let me check. Alright, no problemo. The storm has made everyone's life harder here. The Foundation is always in need of more manpower, and in need of honest men like you, even more so. Welcome to the St. Pavlov Foundation Far East Branch, Mr. Nameday.
Name means existence. What is hard to accept, knowing that your city can be found on any map, or that city still shares its name but has changed entirely. He tries before, but his arcane skill doesn't work on living beings. That fleeting glow he remembers is probably just an illusion.
You're thinking about something. Missing your home again, yes? It's okay. Vila said as long as we pay attention in class and keep learning, we will be able to rebuild Reashki in the future.
Yay!
We will rebuild it as long as each and every comrade keeps that goal in their mind. And I will never forget.
The sunflower tilts his head. The boy mimics it. Then he pats his friend's shoulder, offering a little encouragement.
Большое спасибо, товарищ Август.
Nameday is still lost in thought as the aurora begins to spew across the sky. Follows its own patterns, constant and resplendent, existing without the need for names. Nothing in nature is made for humanity.
Come here, Alia. You can have the best seat.
Oh, I think for now I prefer to be called Kiberina.
She mutters something more under her breath, but still finds herself sitting in the offered spot.
Hurry up. You don't get an aurora like this every night. You need those charged particles up there for your arcane skill.
I thought we were here for a vacation.
It can be more than one thing. You do need this, though.
Finds a suitable rock to sit on and brushes her dust off the stones beside her for Kiberine and Voyager.
Stay calm. Walking in space is definitely
You should
going
know
to be
better
easier
than
than
anyone
walking a
else,
tightrope.
Draggy. I'm always moody, and it's just a combination of a lot of feelings playing reverse. This game does something that other games I don't feel they don't do it for me, and it's not to the detriment of other games by any means necessary. But Reverse just gets my vibe in person. Like, I'm more like a romantic, kind of chill, kind of very introspective human being. A lot of games they try to cover sadness, emotions, happiness with a lot of like funny moments, witty character comments, quotes, which is fun. I don't discard it, but I like the Reverse tends to be very raw on how it depicts everything. So I would say the mood is very neat overall.
There's no absolute direction up there. Up or down depends on the reference you choose. In short, there's no falling down.
If Irina nods seriously.
Tomorrow? No, the day after tomorrow. I'll be up there, drifting above the earth with the stars. I wonder if they'll feel warm to the touch.
Whether from nerves or the night wind, she shivers. Hissabeth opens her arms wide to pull both girls into a huddle.
The night is so cold. Back with the Utreniaya. On nights like this,
Right, it's so nice and so calming.
Masha, the Berka I took care of. She was so warm to cuddle.
It's just like a very good way to just, again, just like Hissabeth is like hugging them to keep them warm. I feel this guitar, it kind of like warms up everything.
And now I'm here huddled with all of you.
It's like a hug.
Oh, sorry. I'm not suggesting you remind me of Paris. It just feels safe.
There were times during the coldest winter nights that my siblings and I would cuddle up with the stray dogs to keep ourselves warm.
Hold on. You people don't just hibernate through the winter? You're missing out.
This is the first time their little team has sat together without a mission on their minds, chatting instead about past lives and faraway memories. Are we bears? Yes, we hibernate. She stands to shake her sudden drowsiness, and Hissabeth rises with
Alright,
her.
we should head back. We don't want our little astronaut to be too tired.
Hey, you think I don't see what you're doing? You haven't told us your story yet. It's been on my mind since I first got here. Why would you do all this? You don't strike me as the hopeless dreamer type.
I don't? Well, I should make more of an effort to match the stereotype.
Can't be us. I hibernate every day, or I try to. My plan is to hibernate and don't wake up for like solid years. I just feel like us humans call more that of a coma. But you know, hibernate, coma, they're just names. She tilts her head just enough to catch the dozing little snake and nudge it back onto her shoulder.
It's not so dreamy though. I just want to know the answers. Where do we come from and how things will end? What, not convincing enough?
I too enjoy a long sleep. Aren't we all just very fine sleepers?
Perhaps you want something more in depth?
Just a big sleepy.
Way back when, before all this, Pointer and I were being driven mad by work. We would walk out here
sleeping.
and there was something she would say to me.
I always say there's always good things in life. There's eating good food, sleeping a good sleep, and playing a good game. Every time that I talk to someone and that they say they cannot find happiness, or they don't know what happiness is, or they have just a hard time thinking about it, I'm like, why people always need to go to the hard things? Like, why need happiness need to be something big? Why cannot just be a good night of sleep? Why cannot just be a good like plate of rice? Why can't it be just a very fun new game to play? Happiness is about the small things. She narrows her eyes, watching the shifting curtains of light with interest. High-energy solar particles shaped by Earth's magnetic field dance across the sky in colors visible to the naked eye. If you listen closely, you might even hear the faint crackling.
Language is a tool that permits us to describe how the universe was created and how it will end. Through it, we reflect on our existence. In order to understand eternity, we must first understand death and impermanence.
After a small shake of her head, she regains her usual casual tone.
What do you think? Good impression of her, no? Everyone says it's my best.
The aurora hanging high above the sky shines down at the people below. Brilliant beams fall, blurring the edge between snow and sky and softening every expression into something unreadable. Hissabeth's voice feels like it's coming from far away.
Tomorrow might be our last free day before the storm. I guess
I
it's
don't need
fitting
to
then
understand
ask the age-old
eternity
question.
if I have her in my suitcase. Heh. I don't have eternity on my suitcase, so I gotta do like Hissabeth and talk.
If tomorrow was the last day of your life,
Not that I'm missing
what
much
would
by
you
not
do?
having her. Unless they do decide to give her a more decent euphoria next time. Not that I see her as one of those characters to get another euphoria. I feel like they're just getting second euphorias or third euphorias for characters that are popular. Right, Druvis? Cabinet of Wishes. New Year's wishes made when Kremlin's bell rings are kept here, right to be laughed at next year. Become director, drink endless wine, and succeed in projects. World peace, conquer the galaxy, go home for a visit. Live to see next year, touch Mars with your own hands, establish relations with alien life, grow flowers in Siberia, free yourself from material needs, become a true engineer, defeat death, marry Anastasia, witness history. I don't know what that is. That's cool. Time to say goodbye. You can never find the perfect moment. Stage 15. So yeah, this is the moment, right? (1987). 17 hours before the storm. Yeah, I believe so. It probably most likely would be in a poem. The little soon-to-be astronaut stands before the heavy glass door and presses her fingers against the scanner. Feels like several months before, she walks the quiet corridor on the way to her training.
Do everything we can, and do my best. Leave no regrets.
It does seem like goals.
That's why I have to finish my training.
There is no need for translation. It's all about what you feel. Sometimes, some things, even if you don't understand quite honestly what they are, sometimes you just feel it. The closer she gets to the end, the more the nerves take hold. So, she looks for comfort in steady, familiar routines.
Raz, dwa, three.
Finishers count silently. Right on cue, the blessed doors slide open. Face the final frontier.
In the infinite loop of time, we will experience all this over and over again.
20 stages. 18 is gonna be the final boss. Nice. Thank you for letting me know.
Always arguing.
Always arguing.
Saxophone's end.
Or maybe take a deep breath.
A blessing bestowed by fate. All forms of power at your fingertips.
Listen to the melodies of winds and waves.
Fine. The stars were just out of reach.
Really keepy card. I can read it again. This is giving rousing morale and odd and unsparing. And the other one, again with mass buff. Oh, it's an odd number round and unsparing. An even number rounds deals additional damage. So this is even. So technically, this is the best time to do
Maybe
that.
take a deep.
Saxophone's end. Aventura.
The buff card is
At
insane.
once.
Indeed.
The stars were just out of reach.
My next performance, bubbles bursting.
For everyone.
Alright, Nicely done. Now we move on to zero gravity training. No, this might be the Keeperina. How you really the Keeperina, right? It's like the Lapera whenever we played her on chapter 8, or the Apple whenever we used Apple to fight what's her name, Arcana. The weightlessness calms her compared to the other simulated operations. Arcane skill practice and centrifuge spins. This is her favorite routine, right? The apple and the parrot. It's like walking a tightrope, but without the fear of falling. With gravity out of the picture, the sky itself feels reachable, the world stretching out like a velvet something.
Если это последний день моей жизни,
The last day of my life.
как я могу доказать, что я жила в
That I
этом
was here
мире?
in this world with my
Моим
name,
именем,
memory.
моими воспоминаниями. Я помню,
I
как
remember
меня
what they
звали.
called me.
Alina Medvedeva, the girl like a bear. You must have a proper stage name for your performance. Kiparina. What do you think? Natalia and I decided on it together.
So adorable here.
She's a clever one, always reading the latest astrological lectures.
But they finally nice parents. Like I know they are not her blood parents, but they raised her. Mr. Kozlov and Natalia really did a good job on her.
It's from a place in the stars. Kuiper, she calls it. Some asteroid belt made of ice. This is because to us, you are a gift from the stars.
He lifts her high, steady and secure. To a child, it feels like flying. So close to a starry sky built from light bulbs and canvas.
Mr. Kozlov, Mrs. Kozlova.
We're leaving tonight.
It's Mrs.
Why all the
Kozlov.
rush?
Calling her first
Let's
name is
wait
rude.
one day
Okay,
later, or
sorry.
Maybe two. Why don't we ask that Laplace lady to see Ali again?
I am sure she's too busy. But look, everyone's leaving town.
But it's very funny because
Something
we
must be
only
happening.
learned Natalia's name. I don't think they ever mentioned who Mr. Kozlov is by name. That's very sweet indeed. He gestures to a place out in the distance, the dimly lit cosmodrome barely visible against the night sky.
She'll be safe there. Didn't you hear them say that? Laplace's building will be the last to fall, even if the whole world comes to an end. What we must do then is keep ourselves safe. That way, someday in the future, we will have the chance to see her again, sitting in the audience, clapping for us until her hands are red.
My big bear wants to pretend he doesn't have a heart. I know you miss her as much as I do.
Keeper is able to get her. Keeper is able to get here. Because of Kozlov. Kozlov. Ah! Good one, Draggy.
Of course, but I must stay
Currently
in
touching
control
grass
of
but
myself.
checking in to say hi.
Maybe we can put
Hello,
something on the
Moses.
signboard.
How is the
A circle,
grass touching
like her
going?
space helmet.
Be careful with insects, bugs, nature, sun. You know, the normal stuff. But thanks for checking in and saying hi. I hope you're having a good time.
You know that signboard hasn't been changed since my Dedushka was the ringmaster.
Because
What
love.
a change it will be.
Natalia frowns as she struggles with the knots on their luggage, but straightens up when she hears the comment.
Yes, yes, and we will add some stars and spaceships. I'll pin them on once we're set up in Moscow. Oh, and don't forget to take down their address so we can send things to her.
Hello, Ellie. Thanks for joining us. We are in a very touching, kind of heartwarming moment of the story. How have you been? How was your weekend? Touching grass equal is 20 degrees and I can finally go outside. Ah, the beauty of a colder day.
You think I didn't do that the minute we came here? Natalia, you're showing so much concern. What happened to my carefree circus wife?
It's just that there's nothing else I can do.
He pats the package beside her. A few neatly wrapped dolls and a set of freshly cleaned costumes.
We've always been there for her. Now she's alone and far from
I'm
us.
sorry. I'm
Who will care
glad
for
you're
her
okay. I don't know why made your weekend not good, but you know, there's always next weekend, and there's always next one. And as long as we're alive and things are still going, then we can still keep going. So, at least you're here with us, Ellie. And I wish you a very good day today. Parent anxiety, classic. Do you have very like a protective parents,
It is how
Draggy?
it must be. We cannot be there for her forever.
You can't do this your whole life. Audiences come to watch an acrobat fly, but they also come to see if they will fall.
Yes, indeed. There's always tomorrow. We can try again.
Most people would never dare to walk on a tightrope. They pay to see people do the thrilling things that they would never do themselves.
Anyway, I'll continue touching grass now. Might show up later. Either way, have fun, everyone. Thank you so much, Moses. Have a best time touching as much grass as you possibly can. And I'll see you later. Yes, I do. When I go out more than 5 hours, they get worried, and I have to call to remind them. Okay. Aw, that's sweet. I know they can be quite annoying sometimes whenever they're over like protective, but at least they care. And that's pretty nice. My mom is also super overprotective as well. And I'm 29.
It is a dangerous business.
And I think it never changes
I often
really.
wish that you will one day find a safer way to live than this.
Неужели ходить по земле
It's walking on the
действительно
ground really
безопаснее?
any safer.
Сколько я
How long will
проживу?
my life be?
8 лет,
8 years,
10,
10 years,
15.
15 years.
И что
What's
потом?
next?
Сколько лет
When will it
мне
end?
осталось?
Time never ends. It's a concept, and there are many explanations for it. One suggests that since the whole world is made of particles, including our brains, then our minds too can be calculated, so that everything that's happening or about to happen can be predicted. Past, present, future. All that ever was and is, and ever will be, was destined from the moment the universe began. Each moment like a knot on a string that's already been tied.
Sometimes that's very lovely, you know? That everything is kind of already just meant to be the way it is. It kind of like takes off the anxiety of what's gonna be. Like, just go with the flow. Life moves on. We do our best. And it is what it is. And sometimes it is what it is the best response you can ever get. That's why I love Kippy. Her parents remind me of my own. Oh, that's very nice.
Our life's just moving along a fixed track from birth to death. Then there is another. The theory that none of this is really happening at all. That all perception is illusion. Only the present exists. And only for as long as we are experiencing it. If you ask me to choose, I prefer the first one.
It's not like a tightrope then. When I walk on the rope, I don't see past and future. I only feel what is happening right now. For example, these lights make my palms feel hot and warm, but the stones beneath me are cold.
Cool. Sounds like you favor the second theory. But it doesn't matter which side you're on. There's one thing both have in common. Our existence, whatever you make of it, is just a fleeting moment in time.
But those countless moments string together into eternity. I'm small to the universe, just a person. But I'm a part of Utrinyaya, Each is bigger than myself. We belong to a people, a country, a planet, and a galaxy. Maybe that's how we share in eternity, by existing as part of it. Each one of us, no matter how small, takes part in creating the universe.
The researcher widens her eyes in brief surprise, but just as soon returns to her usual confident and breezy smile.
You got it. When we learn all the rules that govern our universe, we'll be able to predict all that is to come. We'll be able to survive without superstition and fear of the unknown.
We're just tiny as ants living in a giant rock, so if we're gonna perish one day, why not make every day count? Exactly. That's the way to do it, you know? Make every day count.
А что, если у нас завтра не получится?
You're important, and you're the most important being, and nobody's important at all. Including you.
Шторм смоет все, что мы здесь сделали, и все, что я когда-нибудь могла бы знать. И все, что останется — запись, хранящаяся в пыльном кабинете Foundation. И если так, я надеюсь, однажды они вспомнят обо мне, поднимут глаза в небо и скажут: смелый, молодой космонавт однажды ходил среди звезд.
Not about Mr. Kozlov wishes for Alia, nor about him.
Алина Медведева,
Alina
сделала
Medvedeva
этот выбор
made the
сама.
choice to go herself. Natalia returns to the tent to retrieve the last few boxes of clothes, while Mr. Kozlov is busy tightening the ropes on the luggage. There's a lot to pack. He tugs hard at the rope, tying the doll's Kiparina left behind safely onto a bundle, muttering the rest of what he didn't get to say earlier.
Children grow up, adults grow old, and then we die. So what's the use in worrying? All that matters is our Alia will be safe.
I think this whole stage basically is for you to just enjoy the present for what it is and do your best.
Mr. Kozlov, you should have already left. The longer you wait to leave, the more dangerous it will be.
The man is startled. He's not good at dealing with researchers, and he never expected to run into one on the empty streets so late at night.
Is there something wrong then? We are ready to go, as you can see. We're all packed up.
It is not a flop. He motions to the stacked boxes behind him, his stone on the brink of bleeding.
No, nothing to be concerned with for now. But we need you to follow the evacuation notice for your safety. Keep your passes with you. You may need to show the soldiers on the road ahead. And please take care.
Sure, but if you don't mind my asking.
What is 1.3 again? It was Green Lake? 1.3?
Is Alia alright? How is she? How is her training? Sorry, it's just... I know that she's a good girl, but I'm afraid she'll push herself too much. She's always been so diligent.
Oh, Morfunk. I think I like this a little bit more than Morfunk.
You have nothing to worry about. Kiparina is a very disciplined and intelligent young woman. We've been most impressed with her work. I believe that she could have a very promising future with Laplace.
The fatigue on his face eases a bit, and some pride returns to him. The pride of a ringmaster.
Promising? I knew it. My Alia is a promising candidate for Laplace. When we first found her in Murmansk, she was just an orphaned babe. And now, see how wonderful she has become.
I believe I understand. Time really does fly, doesn't it?
Thank you for telling me about her. I've wanted to pay her a visit, but I don't want to bother her. And I also don't think she wants to see an old man cry.
Pointer says she's a woman, not a girl, because look how little Kippy grows up,
But if
right?
you say she is doing well, this is enough for me. But I must ask, miss, why are you still in town? Aren't you going to be busy with the launch soon?
Pointer follows his eyes as he casts a look down on the street. Bright fluorescent lights illuminate snow that swirls. The snow falls on both of their shoulders. It melts on Mr. Kozlov, but it settles in layers on Pointer's metallic frame.
I'm here to see if we missed anything.
That's the answer. What's about time? Just the inconvenience caused by instant noodles, vegetable packets, and some time theory yet to be debunked. You and I both understand. "14 hours before the storm. And we're inching ever closer. The lightning softens some of the chill, adding a touch of life to the empty tables and chairs. Owners reach out from behind the counter, pushing over a steaming cup and a small porcelain plate packed to the brim with gingerbread.
Sorry, miss, but we've already packed everything away. I am leaving on the last truck tomorrow morning. There was still some fresh food around yesterday, but today I've got nothing.
They'll be fine.
All I can offer you is a mug of boiled water and some gingerbread.
That will be enough. Thanks.
She got here a little late. This is the last place in town with the light on. The owner rummages around for a while and manages to find a bucket of instant noodles and some other homemade treats. She bites into the gingerbread cookie, and soothing spice and sweetness lingering on her sensors.
Wow. This gingerbread tastes amazing.
You bet. I'm originally from Novomoskovsk. We're famous for it. I think I told your friend the story last time she was here.
Novomoskovsk.
I'm no good with hammers or rocks, but I know food. And the miners always work up a healthy appetite. My friend, Raisa, makes much better gingerbread than I do. Sometimes I think the only reason people eat here is for the conversation. The winter chill keeps everyone huddled inside. So, what else can you do but talk the long nights away?
The town name needs a few more letters. Right?
It is good to have someone to talk to.
Novomoskovsk is not enough.
Still, I'm curious why you decided to stick around until the last minute.
I'm in no rush. No one's bothered to explain why it is we have to evacuate, so I'll let all the young folks with something to live for get out first. Could I ask you a question as well?
Sure. But I can't guarantee I'll have an answer.
It's only that my friend lived in a town a lot like this. A mining town. They had their own big shots running things there too. In her last letter, she told me that those big shots were talking about evacuating them. Then, nothing. It's been years, and I haven't heard from her since.
Are you is this guy talking about Ryashki? The description seems eerily familiar. Before she can say the name of the town, the owner shakes his head.
Forget it, miss. It's a small town. I doubt you or anyone knows what really happened here.
But if you know Ryashki, Ryashki no longer exists. Because of storm, right? At least they were evacuated. And most of the people in Ryashki are fine, but the Ryashki itself is gonna be, you know.
I often wonder where she is now.
Stormed away.
Or if she's even alive. But I hope that I will see her again someday.
is the kind of question that can be answered. The town she's thinking of no longer exists. She believes people need something to believe in.
Sorry. I really don't know. Perhaps they did evacuate. But relocation can be complicated. It can take years. Maybe you'll hear from her again when she settles down.
Technically they are being evacuated, but they are not being explained the reason why they are being evacuated. Like, there's a lot of storm shelters, but it's not like they don't let people know exactly what's being done until like everything is settled and everything like is reversed. Original Ryashi was destroyed but rebuilt by the storm. In a way, it's destroyed, but it's a different Ryashi. Oh yeah.
Yes, that's true. These things take time. Well, at least I can sleep at night.
At least we know that the important characters are safe, like Villa and August. The owner turns back to his packaging, leaving her alone. It takes a moment to examine the restaurant. In the vase atop the cabinet, a flower droops slightly. Its color a bright golden yellow.
Sunflowers.
Seeds given away so casually, like that, like they mean nothing, are now blooming in corners everywhere. There are still some ingredients on the shelves that haven't been packed. Sealed bags and cans each occupying a small space.
Freeze-dried apples. And
well, technically, Evgeny should exist still because of reversing. He attempts to scan their description, but in the poor light is a lost cause.
Oh, I forgot to pack those. It's amazing, isn't it, when you think about it? Even here in the far north, we can get fresh fruit and vegetables. I guess this technology was invented to make food for cosmonauts. But now people in Mirny get to enjoy it too. The benefits of science.
Indeed.
You can take some if you like. I have no room for them.
Pointer stares at the freeze-dried food on the shelves, momentarily dazed. The research she once worked hard on, once thought meaningless, had found its way into daily life.
Thank you. I'll be fine with just this. You've actually already helped me out a lot.
Not that they're being revived, but if we're going back in time, can't we just reverse to the time where Evgeny were still alive? It's not the same Evgeny. Cheers open is a noodle packet.
No veggie packets. Huh.
Yes, that's Evgeny. Amazing chili.
Can my day get any worse?
They act as if all of their essential and valuable consumer technology just popped up out of nowhere. To think that aerospace engineering has less to contribute than their other projects? Mad! They wouldn't even have vegetable packets in their instant noodles without us.
I love French people saying shit. Things close by, solid and clear in texture, undeniable proof of existence. He has always valued what can be felt and touched.
Come on, pull yourself together, Pointer. We don't buy into karma. This is only another damn coincidence.
What price are you willing to pay for that answer? Might be the most irrational decision she's ever made. Having made up her mind, she begins her battle with the bucket of noodles in front of her.
Tastes awful.
13 hours before the storm.
Final check. Spaceship?
Check.
We've run a full diagnostic check. All components are operational. We are fully fueled, and we even installed that new installation you invented.
Hello, Dragon's Lair. Thanks for joining us. My day's been going great. Lovely, glorious, I could even say, because I am experiencing this beautiful story that is unfolding before my eyes. But how have you been, kind sir? How has your weekend treated you? Instant noodles with no soup, powder, flavor, oil is much of a big difference than instant noodles with no veggie pack. I will say, you're right. We have some delicious instant noodles that I buy sometimes, and they're so good. I might just get some of them. They're super cheap. They're super nice. Are they nutritious? No. Are they healthy? No. Are they good? Yeah.
Data monitoring and communication systems?
Check. All systems are functional, including the backups.
Astronaut status?
I'm all checked out too. My arcane skill energy level, physical and mental status, and the integrity of my spacesuit are all within your parameters.
Is there anything else we've missed? Anything at all?
She scans each person one by one until settling on the girl with curiosity burning her eyes.
Ah, what about our special humanitarian support staff? Maybe we should give her a check too. Alright, dismissed. I'll see you at the launch bay doors in 3 hours. Now everyone, cool off a bit. We need to decompress before the action starts. Stay in touch via your communicators. I need everyone frosty. We're in the last mile now.
Pointer have such bland taste that no veg packets. For her, it tastes bad because it doesn't have the important stuff along with it. Voyager, no, don't use your ultimate in the lab.
There are still some things left to be checked through. If only we had more help.
As the others trickle out, Hissabeth's final inspection comes to an end. She opens the drawer of her desk, stuffs the card lying in the corner into her pocket, and locks the door behind her. The snow is trampled into muddy slush again and again, then flattened back into white. Pointer steps carefully, trying to follow footprints and tire tracks that haven't yet been covered. There are no more voices in the town. Stripped of its adornments, Myrni is now cold bricks, scarred woods, and stained signs. Foots and wheels once ground its day and night into something solid. Circus lights, the scent of food from the restaurant, the silver of the researchers' uniforms, and the occasional flash of gray plaid, all once decorated it and made it worth remembering. Now it's a nameless ghost town, one of countless others.
Myrni is so cold even in the daylight. At least the evacuation has gone smoothly.
No sooner has she said this, some flustered critter had wandered into town and met its end. The soldiers likely didn't have time to deal with it properly and left its body in the snow. Aww. The wild dogs, drawn by the fence and the blood, arrived to enjoy a feast. First time that we're depicting nature this way.
Well, that's a security
Nice.
risk.
Be careful, Draggy, if you're going out. Calculates the best angle for a clean attack and starts to move. Lucky, I'm new to the game, I imagine. Can you help me with characters pulling recommendations? I will say, okay, I will recommend you something, but I will also recommend you to save your resources. So, Reverse, it's a gacha game. I don't know if you played other gacha games before, but there is going to be a limited banner on the next patch. It's gonna be a very fun, very cool character. So I recommend you to save some of your resources. If you really want to pull for something now, I would recommend you, actually, do pull for Hissabeth, the current banner character, the girl with pretty green hair. Pull for her, get one of her copies, and then save everything else until next patch. Awesome, so you do understand how gachas work. Great. Limited banner on the next patch. So this patch, just pull for the green hair girl and save your resources. Also, I think you got a ticket for a free character. I recommend you pull for the girl called Melania on that free ticket if you haven't used it yet. She has glasses, all that. The name is Melania. It's kind of easy to understand.
No, he'll know it.
Do you have any
A
requests?
blessing bestowed by fate.
Goodbye. I dedicate this song to you.
In the repeating cycle, we may feel regret.
There's also something that you should do. Okay, since we're talking about Nautica in the limited, you should
Scamper
pull
off
for
and don't come
Ezra.
back. I don't have time for another round.
Okay, other pull that you should do now. There is ripples in the water. Some of the players recommended me to save and pull for Nautica. Yes, and they are correct, technically. But the thing is, Nautica is going to require a team, because she cannot do things by herself. I'm giving you, just let me just finish this part of the story. Just hold off there, and I can actually guide you through some probably good ideas. Scamper off and don't come back. I don't have time for another round. The blood on her soles has been mixed with the snow, forming into icy red shards. Behind her, a trail of murky prints leads off across the snow. Like red ribbons tied to trees marking a trail, this crimson path winds towards where the vehicle had been parked last night.
I don't really know how much time I have left at all. These storm predictions are based on fluctuations in arcane energy levels. No matter what the case may be, I can't afford an odyssey at a time like this. I have to get to the Cosmodrome.
The odyssey had a purpose. Because you're a new player, you're gonna have a lot of resources for you to access if you just do the game and stuff. You can actually allow yourself to pull for some stuff right now. And then just save until Nautica.
Arcane energy fluctuations aren't the perfect method of predicting the storm. What if all these fluctuations are something else? Something like that girl, Voyager, a mysterious girl with unbelievable power. I should let the Foundation handle this. I can't force her to join in and experiment against her will. There are too many redundant steps in the launching system. We need to streamline them if we're going to make
The
our
thing is,
deadline.
I selected Voyager and got her in my 10 pools that has discount, so I used my guarantee on her. Wait, so you have 2 Voyagers? So you got a portrait for her? Yeah, that's not ideal.
Aren't those steps important for
Yeah.
Because that actually
probably.
changes sometimes.
But the process is too complicated.
So you
I
pulled.
think Pointer
Okay.
was the only one that ever managed to remember each step in order.
Okay, so you got Voyager. Do you have any other 6 stars?
Oh, so now you are thinking of her again.
You didn't use the selector. Awesome.
Yeah, whatever. I could use another hand is all. She's probably still in the branch building.
So I
busy
believe
with her own
Voyager
stuff.
is your only 6 star, right?
Besides,
Hey, you hear?
Hurried footsteps approach the launch day.
An intruder! Hurry! We've got to stop them!
The little snake mouth is pinched shut, and the room falls silent. She listens closely to the increasingly urgent steps.
effortless steps from a tall figure
Okay.
with attendance sounds familiar. Could it be Windsong? Did she leave something?
I know what you might do. You can actually apply a strategy that I was talking to Chili a few hours ago. I don't know if Chili, anxious Chili is still here, but I will give it to you now that I'm part. Okay. So, gamble to get Melania in the banner, but lost. Okay, you're using a lot of resources. Calm down. So, you have Voyager, and you have Jessica. Okay, just Voyager enough, and we're too late for you to go impromptu right now. Okay. What I would suggest you to do, I would suggest you to pull for hissabeth, get her. There's like 16 days, so you have enough time to get her. Awesome. With the selector, you're gonna get Sotheby. She's a healer. You're gonna need a healer. And you're gonna use hissabeth, you're gonna use Sotheby, you're gonna use Jessica for like a poison team. For now. And then you can get another character, another Flint character to work alongside of them. You can use Conjura if you're missing. Conjura can poison on this skill. Can work. And
the fresh air and morning rays are
I would also
only when the sun kisses the horizon do I dare.
I would also prefer him. Ezra. Ezra is gonna be very valuable right now because Ezra can work with a bunch of characters that are gonna come out on the next patch. So I would also recommend getting Ezra on the Ripples in the Water. He's also a support, like healer character, and for another team you're gonna build. So if you can, get hissabeth, get Ezra. You're gonna get someone very good to work alongside her on the next patch as well for free. He's a 5-star. And then you're gonna focus on getting Nautica, which is the limited character that's gonna come out. Nautica works alongside him. And then you want to get Some of Ice and really anybody works at that point. For now, like just Some of Ice and Ezra works with Nautica. Sotheby and Jessica will work with hissabeth. And you kind of have like two teams still like ready to go. I think that's a good start. And just Voyager is just gonna stay there because Voyager works in a very specific team, but you're missing a lot of the members. So I wouldn't go for that right now. Because the thing is, everybody's idea is kind of right. You should save for Nautica, but then you're not gonna have anybody to work with her. You need someone to work with her, and she's very specific on what she wants to do. So that's why I'm giving you the tools. Ezra is perfect for her, but you need Ezra's Euphoria. It's something that you unlocked further down the game. And then you get Some of Ice, which is another character. There's Jessica now on the beginner's banner. Apparently, they got it. Hello, Emmy. The Measure of a Melusine. But if you have any other questions, Lucky, by all means, just ask away. The little snakes eagerly flick their tongues at you, warm like another burning heart. Also, I have a Discord. You're gonna get Some of I's next patch. She's gonna be on the next Ripples on the Water. Pointer is visibly winded, but again, Some of I's is there to work with Nautica. So if you don't have Nautica, then Some of I's is not gonna be necessary. Yes. Probably Some of I's is gonna come together with Nautica in September with the next banner. So you're basically gonna pull for both of them. Nautica first, Some of I's second. So that's why I'm saying for you to get hissabeth. So you have someone, you're gonna use hissabeth, you're gonna use Jessica. I would recommend you use your selector on Sotheby, because Sotheby can be the healer for Jessica and hissabeth. And you can do like a semi poison team until next patch. Yes, next patch is actually gonna be a collaboration as well with Assassin's Creed. Damn, I forgot about that. because I don't actually know. We don't know exactly what's gonna come with Assassin's Creed. We don't know the units, so I wouldn't even say like you should save because they're probably going to be good, but at the same time, I don't know if they're going to be good, and I don't know how they are gonna work. But yes, I will keep my idea. I would pull for hissabeth and pull for Ezra. Pointer is visibly winded. Her vehicle couldn't drive into the inner perimeter of the launch day, so she had to run the last stretch. But she has to make the most of her time. She came back to say what needed to be said. Hissabeth speaks first.
Are you alright? You look like you haven't slept in days.
Also, no idea about Ripples, rerun, etc. in next batch. Ripples is going to be Semivice because she's gonna get a new Euphoria. Jessica also is gonna get a new Euphoria. That's why I'm suggesting you to get Hissabeth and Sotheby because Jessica basically is gonna now with her new Euphoria semi-do what another character has been doing for Poison teams, a character called Tuesday. Jessica will be able kinda to do the same herself. I'm back. Brought some snacks to my mom. Finally, she came in with kimchi flavored potato chips. Yeah, we don't know what the collaboration's gonna be in terms of like everything, anything really. It hasn't been disclosed.
How many times have I told you that research requires a healthy body
Oh,
and
so I
mind?
should try to
You need sleep.
getting Erzo in this banner. And I don't like green hair girl, but I like Melania. Is she good? Melania is good, but Melania doesn't have you have no one to work with her. And again, you can get Ezra because you're gonna need Ezra to work with the next character, which is Nautica. Um, you can use Ezra and Jessica because the story is not complicated. Yeah, Melania is good with Hissabeth or Recoleta, but you don't have both if you don't pull for Hissabeth. Let's say you don't like Hissabeth because you didn't like her. I would say level your Jessica, level Ezra once you got him, and then just play the story with both of them. Maybe get Melania, but Melania's not gonna work very well with people. But again, if you're just doing the story, you can go the story with Melania, Jessica, and Ezra. But again, if you go for Nautica, I don't know, Melania's not gonna work very well. Gonna kind of be just there floating. Hissabeth works very well with her, but again, you need to be willing to pull for her. Yes, we're talking about endgame. Because again, this game is not really necessary for you to really have very well intricate teams anyway. It's very easy for you to go through the games without much difficulty. But Reverie is the moment that you're kind of are gonna need to like sort it out some strategies. And that's what I'm giving you, just a better way for you to go to Reveries and not have a hard time.
I'm
Yep,
here for.
Emmy's completely right. What I'm saying to you is basically about Reveries and that one thing on the rain that I forgot the name whenever he comes back.
Just so you know, I've got no time to help with whatever you're working on.
So if
And
I
we're
get
finishing
Hissabeth,
this
she works with
project, no
Melania,
matter
and
what
who
you
can
say.
be the other ones? Yeah, if you get Hissabeth, she's gonna work with Melania. What I'm okay, so my recommendation: get Hissabeth and get Ezra. Done. Use the selector on Melania since you want to use on her. So your team is gonna be Hissabeth, Ezra, and Melania. Ezra is gonna be your sustainer. But the thing is, Ezra doesn't sustain well without his euphoria, does he? I think Lucky can run without a healer, right? For now. I don't know how much sustain Ezra actually gives without euphoria. You could slot in Ezra with his first Euphoria where he can heal instead of shield. Yeah, but the problem is they are just beginners, so there won't be any Euphorias to begin with. But again, I don't think early game you're gonna really suffer enough for you to require a healer, I guess. Also, what you can do, the game is gonna give you a lot of things for you to just give Insight 3 to a lot of 5 stars. You can do what I did and use Yenisei, and she can be your healer through the beginning parts of the game until you get Ezra with his Euphoria. And then Ezra can slot in afterwards. Yenisei is the red hair girl. If you have any way to get like a free 5-star, highly recommend getting Yenisei as your first free 5-star.
Oh, let me guess. You're here for the car? Yes, I've used it a few times. Took the team out to the mine. Didn't break anything or get any tickets, but the tank's dry.
Every theory misses the mark.
It's not about any of that.
Then you should have come earlier, days earlier, not today. The storm is due to come in a couple hours. You won't make it to the northern branch.
Pointer falls silent for a moment instead, adjusting her breath.
I'm here to settle your
What is her name?
affairs.
Can you spell it?
We need to secure your records in case you don't make it. And to see if the work you've done is actually worth your lives.
Her name who? Yenisei, sorry. Yes, Yenisei. Yes, what Amy just wrote.
Just so you know, if you don't survive, I'm going to finish our teleport disk and claim all the credit. Maybe I'll write a dissertation on it. I'll call it Pointer's Teleport Disk. And you'll all just be a footnote.
Then your team most likely is gonna be Hissabeth, Melania, and Yenisei for this early part of the game. You can also level Jessica as much as you want as well, because Jessica can work. A lot of times in the early game, there's not gonna be need of a healer. You're only gonna start needing healers whenever you're gonna fight bosses. There's a pretty annoying Menace Vindicte boss early on in the game that will require you to probably use the NSA. But until then, you can just use Jessica, Hissabeth, and Melania to just steamroll to the story.
You know I'm not bluffing.
Yes, the best 5-star healer.
Cool. Whatever, Pointer. Just don't forget to tell me the results. Maybe send them to me via Ouija board.
Woo!
Are you being serious?
Aren't you? Or are you trying to be funny now? I really can't tell.
The casual air she fought to maintain finally breaks.
I'm just sick of eating instant noodles without the veggie packets. But more than that, I'm sick of you and your attitude. All you do is joke around. If veggies matter that much to a stupid bowl of noodles, how could you think your lives matter any less to me? You want to treat your lives like a cosmic joke? Like your deaths won't matter? Well, they will to the ones you leave behind.
I think I don't know if I said it. There is the link for my Discord over on the panels below on the Twitch. If you have any questions or anything, you can go in this Discord and ask. I can respond. Other people can help you there as well. If you have, like, whenever I close the stream, if you still need any other support, feel free to ask us. After giving up on controlling her volume and her thoughts, she catches a different expression in Hissabeth's face. Guilt, sadness, shock. None of the above. She has simply put away her smile.
I see your point. Luckily, I've already made a copy of everything on this data card.
Yeah. We're just suggesting NSA because, again, early game there's no euphoria.
I've been wondering who I should trust with it. It's not 100% safe to send back through the teleportation ritual. It's good to have you back.
Thin
The
card.
editing isn't done. Hangjong. Yeah, I can remember his name now. I didn't have time to finish his part. But who has time to edit a suicide note? The only thing that matters is that it's in the hands of someone who will take it seriously. Take it and go. You can still make it back.
Data card feels faintly warm. It must have been in her pocket the entire time.
Forget it. You already told me the car's out of gas. So, I'll be your witness.
You sure you want to die with us, after all?
Pointer doesn't respond. She just takes a step forward.
Call it a fool's wish, but I'm hoping no one is ever going to need to see this. Catch me up to speed. What's the status of the project?
We've managed to refine the teleportation to pinpoint a fixed position, but there are still some serious side effects. Dizziness, nausea, like the world's worst case of car sickness.
It'll have to suffice for now. I think I can work that out after I finish reading your progress.
Cool. I'll look forward to that.
She points to the door.
Your office should be the same as you left it, besides a layer of dust. Be grateful though. You should see the state of mine. Oh, and don't activate the teleportation anywhere around here. If it takes out a single critical component, we'll be screwed completely.
Like I don't know. You need a hand here? I can help.
I thought we already figured out our roles. You need to stay at a safe distance to protect the data.
I can't quite tell if there's a mockery in her words. But she doesn't need to get to the bottom of it. Language is vague and fleeting. Words lose meaning the moment they are spoken.
That's it.
Before turning around, she pauses and tucks her hair behind her ears. Her data ports and mechanical components reflect in the sterile light of the lab.
I always thought I wasn't able to act against my safety programming. Yet here we are.
Another rare expression on hissabeth's face. Pointer's database logs it as surprise, but the emotion doesn't linger long.
Do you have a sense of taste?
Pointer once thought her facial expression metrics would no longer be thrown off by strange inputs. Yet her smile is off its index by 0.35 degrees.
Yeah. I was designed to simulate all aspects of life.
Vraiment? But whose life? Who decided whether it should be a human's or arcanist's life? I suppose you were probably another awakened arcanist, like Ulrich and Madame Lucy.
Not exactly. But I thought you would be more encouraging at such a vital moment. Guess my prediction matrix is not quite as perfect as I've let on.
I am encouraging you. I'm trying to prove your existence matters.
Faced with Hissabeth tilting her head in confusion, Pointer's smile registers even higher. Since leaving the Cosmodrome, this is the lightest she felt.
Well, I should go. Take care.
Time for another double check. Everything needs to be flawless.
This hallway is etched into Pointer's memory. She couldn't navigate it without. As she turns, Hissabeth calls out to her.
Pointer! You know, I should have mentioned something before. Something I wanted you to see. There are Melusine statues everywhere in Lusignan. I left a long time ago, but they should still be there. Even the storm can't wash them away. They've been there for ages. Go take a look if you ever get the time.
I don't think Laplace would cover that as a scientific excursion.
She doesn't stop or turn back, but gives Hissabeth a gesture.
The name is Pointer, researcher in the LSCC Plesetsk branch, former team member on the Space Monitor project. The reason I quit? Because someone must be prepared for the worst case scenario, and because I was tired of freeze-dried noodles.
You know, the important stuff. Two other friends have come to say a quiet goodbye. Though they can't quite exchange wishes through speech, They still try. Voyager struggles to control the marker, but she writes, Kiparina waits patiently. The markings on her palm form a complex, indecipherable pattern, precise in geometry, yet unreadable in meaning.
Alia, come home.
Aww. Little Asra pulls her focus away from the pattern. She takes a few deep breaths just to be sure she heard it right. Take the spring screen.
That was 3 whole words. Maybe once you learn a few more, you can tell me where you're really from.
There's a shift and weight on her shoe. Kiparina lowers her head. A familiar little snake looks back at her.
My sister sent me to tell you it's time.
Pointer is like one friend that, hey guys, this idea is fucking dumb and we shouldn't do it. It might risk our lives type of friend in our protective way. Hissabeth is Lamau. I wonder how it works.
That you shouldn't be afraid.
You know, even though Pointer is that friend that say that they shouldn't do it, at the end of the day they will do it just because everybody's doing, and you know.
I'm
Again,
not
if
afraid.
it's to die, then let's just die together.
When I return, remind me to show you Natalia's famous jam recipe.
Maybe the pattern really does hold some kind of magic, or maybe it's just the feeling of looking forward to the future. But either way, her steps feel lighter.
Final diagnostics completed. We are clear for launch in T-1 minute.
Oh, I love the little Matryoshka floating in the background.
Is there anything else I have to remember?
Yes, keep breathing.
Really? A joke now? Or are you serious?
The idiot virus of the friend group cannot be
It can be
contained.
both things. Now get ready and have a safe flight.
The transmission ends. Hissabeth scans each face in the launch bay, the confidence in her teammates putting her at ease. She knows that everyone here is committed to the end. She places her hand on the
3,
buttons.
2,
1.
1.
Let's go, guys.
Ignition.
We are up in space. The story of Cepheus. She doesn't seem like the storytelling type, but a long, long time ago. Cepheus, learn a wonderful way to live. Always keep your eyes in the future. Keep walking forward. He believed that was the right thing to do. Cepheus moved quickly, and so, it fell hard. After that, it donned a metal shell. Inside that metal shell, the ghost of Cepheus witnessed countless beautiful moments. A near eternal hearth being lit, man-made stars launched into the sky, Earth's song reaching beyond the solar system. But it all vanished in the rain. Its dreams ended. When Cepheus felt regret for the first time, it realized perhaps that it didn't really know how to live after all. Cepheus believed itself to be a guiding pointer for millennia to come, leading the way for 10,000 years. But in truth, it realized it didn't even understand the road to the next 100 years. It couldn't even light the path to the southern hemisphere. What happened to Cepheus afterwards? He returned to space and continued his research for the sake of those still living. Yes, I am Cepheus. Epitaph. Woo! Besides a flowering grave, she left these.
Altitude rising. All systems normal.
Cool, stay on comms.
He looks out the porthole, watching as the ground falls away and the sky feels like falling in reverse. Reverse? The name of the game. We're just missing the 1999. The little astronaut stands up and opens the storage box, following the procedure she has rehearsed countless times. The monitor's camera lights up.
Welcome to Laplace. Error. New coordinates detected. Correction. Welcome to location coordinates not found. Be confirming. Scheiße. Location not found. Scheiße.
As much as I love space, yes, I indeed, it's terrifying.
Cancel the location process. Load preset program. Activate the storm surveillance system.
Voice authorization approved. Iris recognition recognized. Operator identified. Operation access granted. Good luck. Special warning. Mind all liquids in the vicinity of machinery, especially alcohol.
The humorous warning gathers no reply. Left on the floor of the cabin, the monitor sensibly begins a diagnostic check on itself. Yes, Enigma, the machine. And when the little astronaut fastened his safety feathered, he remembers to say things to her.
We've reached our target altitude. Now I will open the hatch, adjust the celestial coordinates, and deploy the monitor as planned.
Copy that.
Oxygen level sufficient. Countdown at 15 minutes.
Entschuldigung. Please handle me with care.
She steadies the monitor beside her, pulls the lever, and takes a deep breath before the hatch opens. Swearing in German, exactly. Darkness. No forward or backward, nor up and down, no sound or light, only the solid touch that seeps through her spacesuit. When she blinks again, what? I think things are a little broken out here. Guys!
Report. The effects of the storm are now being observed.
Wait, the storm affects the whole universe? Okay, do we remember what storm is this? Based on this storm syndrome? Vernito? Is the second one, right? Because the first one was cartoon, the second one it was supposed to be this, right? But at least we know that this is the third storm. Huh. Okay, it would make sense actually being the third one. But okay, at least we know that at least the storm syndrome affects the entire universe, or at least a visible one. The anecdote one was representing the Great Depression, 1920. No response. She has no way of knowing if her signal got through. But if we're seeing the storm syndrome here, it means that she's gonna be caught by the storm and be reversed. She's disoriented and her heart pounds through her chest. These planets repay her courage with a terrifying kind of beauty. Applause for her. What? What's going on?
Close the blinds. Remember to wear your safety goggles when arc melting. Scheiße! Scheiße!
Hey, sorry guys, just a lot is happening. What is that? Kiparina regains her balance. The view around her has changed entirely. It feels more familiar, yet even harder to grasp. What the actual fuck?
Why am I here? I haven't activated the teleportation ritual yet. Is the mission over?
We can say that the storm syndrome in space is even scarier than on Earth, maybe. She turns her head. In her hand, she's holding something strange and almost silly.
I don't understand. Please repeat.
I can't understand what's going on. Warning. Energy fluctuations are now exceeding safety thresholds.
There's too much interference in the signal. We've got no response.
Nameday types in another string of passwords, trying to break into a new channel. The first time, the second time, the blinking red light remains blinding.
Connect to the monitor directly.
You notice a rope between her and the doll. It's a familiar style like the one she used to practice on. She tries to orient herself, only for a flash of brightness to grab her attention first.
This is a planet. I can see the rise and fall of the landscape. It's so strange here.
Yeah, explaining to you, since you don't know the whole thing about the game, on Reverse, the Earth is being affected by something called the storm, where it's basically to put in layman terms, a magical storm that reverses time. But before this actual storm hits the planet, it actually starts to create anomalies in the planet before it actually hits everything. That's called the storm syndrome. It comes a couple of hours before the actual storm. This is what's happening right now. This is the actual storm syndrome, like in outer space. But the same thing that's happening with Kiparina, it's happening on Earth in many places. So whatever is happening on her is not only with her. A lot of people on Earth are experiencing whatever this is happening. This one is Geometric Figures 1, Chapter 3, 77 Deaths.
Come back. I need to record what I'm seeing here.
She grabs the rope, but she's forced to stop in her tracks.
Are those lights getting dimmer?
Wait, Chapter 3? There is a storm in Chapter 3. Is the storm that actually kills Vertin's friends? Whenever like she goes out, like trying to escape the Foundation?
I need to keep going.
Yes. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Hello, Rabies. Thanks for joining us. I think it's the first time I think you showed up whenever I'm not playing Limbus Company. But nice to see you here. How are you doing? You kick something.
A figurine?
Heavy, rough, embedded in darkness of the ground. Bringing it along would only slow her down.
I think I need to take this with me.
He reaches out, trying to snatch a figurine from whatever
The
darkness
lights
is
are
caught.
fading out. I need to move faster.
Okay, my lunch is here. I'm gonna put on auto and stop narrating. You guys can do that bit.
The only path left. This won't be a problem. I've lived my whole life keeping balanced on a tin wire.
No. That was not hissabeth.
Seven
No,
minutes left. The connection to the monitor is
hissabeth's
stable.
name is Sylvie.
Start the countdown. We'll try it another 3 times. If we still don't get a response after that, we'll need to activate the monitor's auto-return program. I don't have a lot of hope in that basket case of a monitor, but if it's our only option, just keep hailing her. We have to put our trust in Kiparina.
Where are you going? It's dangerous there!
It's so trippy, dude.
No! Not like this!
Maybe time is a concept that only holds meaning for humanity.
Yi shou er shou san shou wan wu.
It all started from an atom.
In the infinite loop of time.
Yeah, those eyes were creepy. Like literally, that is very like that's the weirdest shit I've seen in reverse so far. I think someone just had a void orange on this whole mechanic one day.
What is this? It feels like something's... a giant. If there is an emergency... Thanks, Miss Vinson, Miss Hissabeth. Now, I must observe this clock and not miss any details. It distorts any light that passes through it. Wait, light? Maybe give it a try, Alia. We're all on our own this time.
One, two, three, four. Okay.
Always arguing.
Or maybe take a deep breath.
Let me try.
Stars.
How is it going? Crazy, trippy, weird,
Ridiculous.
in a good way.
The stars.
Oh no, I did the math wrong.
It's broken.
Warning!
No. It's even more powerful now, but its attack pattern is the same. I just need to give a perfect performance. I will complete my mission. It's changed. No. Something's not right. It's ticking faster. I can't let myself be overwhelmed.
I can just use everything if you.
Saxophones and... Do you have any requests?
Так ярко и тепло.
Annoying thing is the surface to become purple so you can one shot.
Listen to the melodies of wind and waves.
Wait.
I dedicate
What?
this song to you.
But I'm doing damage right now.
Beating.
Okay, it's back here. Oh no, I ended. Oh yeah, it's already turned to. Oh yeah. Yeah, but usually those bosses usually take 2 turns. There's no sound anymore, just her breathing inside the helmet and the beat of her heart in her ears.
My existence will be small and short. There are many, many others like me, searching for answers from the universe. But there is no answer to be found. No answers but the ones we choose for ourselves. It's been our choice the whole time. The past is in the past, and the future will wait for us. There is no time to be spared on regrets in the moment. I must keep going. Venture further into this world to uncover what's in the distance. To know whether things that vanish come back or not.
Я должна продолжать идти или погибнуть.
We have reached our designated coordinates.
I love it. It's the creepiest thing I've ever seen in Reverse so far. This is a whole new level. You're not alone. 012 pixels, maybe smaller. You belong here, and so do I. Also, I love Sputnik. Literally floating right there.
I made it. The indicator light is on, just like in my training. The coordinates are, well, close enough. Good. The rest is simple.
A beautiful shot of her face in the helmet just reflecting Earth. Every atom of everything was born in this darkness. All that links her to Earth is a signal invisible to the naked eye. All that links her to the monitor is a single rope. Let's go. She'll drift forever through the vastness of the universe, surrounded by it, soundless, eternal silence. That which was in movement once shall be removed. Flowers are immortal, the sky is all embracing, and what will be is no more than a promise. Natalia, I cannot say the name. I still have a little cold, but I'm feeling very well. Thank you so much for asking, Steffi. She knows what she sees will be wiped away. Her country, her home, her past, identity, the food she tastes, the friends she known. Eventually, they will only live in memory. In memory too, as a notoriously short shelf life. The stars remember nothing. The universe does not mourn the dead of a star. How could the loss of a country, a person, or a single word be truly remembered? The disappearance of a young astronaut deserves no more reaction from the universe than that.
I need to get back. I need to get back to Earth.
This is so amazing. Like this, everything on this chapter is so incredible, amazing, show-stopping, groundbreaking. How was the acid trip, Archie? Do you like it? Indeed, I did. The after effects of hallucinations, death is like one of the things that really caught me whenever I started playing Reverse for the first time was the Storm Syndrome. So I love this.
Я могу справиться с этим. Сначала мне нужно...
Steady yourself, find your footing. Like the trip that Kiparina is having right now is so insane. Like no preparation can really prepare you for this. Like, all the training that she did.
We lost the signal.
Switch to line 2 and try again.
Testing, come backup line. Line 2, lost. Line 3, lost. Line 4.
Four red lights blink on the console. The display shows the final 4-minute countdown.
Keep trying to reconnect.
Reconnecting. Connection lost.
You won't be able to get back inside the cabin in time. The buckle of safety tether has locked in place. When detecting excess arcane fluctuations or hazardous environment, the buckle will automatically lock to prevent slippage. It was meant to be a thoughtful safety feature, but its designer never imagined someone would want to unlock it on purpose.
I should have thought this through. This isn't like the rope I used in the circus. No, if I do that, the monitor will be pulled out of sync. How much longer do I have? What else can I do? Should I just let go and accept my failure? Has what I've done so far been enough? Will they call me a hero when they write my name over an empty tomb? Face it, I won't die a hero. I'll just be a circus girl from Utranyaya, a temporary Laplace employee, or an apprentice leyline hunter.
After a few minutes, near motionless, Hissabeth presses the button.
Okay, forget the backups. Switch to the main connection. Start evacuation preparations now. I'll activate the return program in 50 seconds.
But how will we know if she's in the return capsule?
40 seconds. We won't. Either she makes it or she doesn't. It's out of her hands. The teleportation ritual won't have enough energy if it isn't at the exact critical moment of the storm. I have faith in her. She'll come home.
Alia, come home.
I have to go home. People are waiting for me down there, but I don't have much time. I need something.
A knife.
Maybe you can turn them into a knife or something. A knife would be more useful at this point. You know, to cut fruit or whatever.
Actually, that card there on the table would work better for that.
Why is that?
It's all about the material. Metal makes a better edge than paper. Never quite understood why you made them like that.
Oh, I was testing out a new alloy. I used it to make wind sounds and pointers cards. It gets harder and sharper when heated. Give it a rub with your hands and you can use it as a letter opener.
A letter opener. She always keeps the name card from Winsome close at hand. It is in her spacesuit pocket now. She learned how to cast her arcane skill while suited up. It had been a core part of her training.
Ley lines. Of course. Thank you, Miss Winsome.
And then she's gonna infinite line her way back. Thanks to the sharpness of her new material, thanks to the safety tether not being unbreakable, thanks to... That was quick. 30 seconds. Name day confirms the final coordinates. 20 seconds.
It was a pleasure working with all of you. If we survive this, I'm giving you permanent discounts at my store. Provided we survive.
How big are these discounts? Tell me now, I need to know how much I want to live.
She doesn't forget to grab Voyager beside her, who would otherwise have stayed there examining the equipment.
Stay away, please. Your violin is fragile.
10 seconds.
I hope there will still be weekends in the afterlife.
If there's anything after this, then we deserve overtime pay for all eternity.
How can you be thinking of work right now?
1 second. The hatch seals shut behind her.
Капсула возвращения готова к отсоединению. Калибровка координат завершена. Пожалуйста, вернитесь на свое место.
It looks like everything worked out smoothly.
Yay! She sinks into the seat, grips the disc tightly, and shuts her eyes.
Yes, I will make it. This is the last step. The simplest one.
Доставь меня домой.
Is it me, or...
Imaging data transmission complete. Reconfirming coordinates. RA, 14 hours, 49 minutes, 09.5.
More fascinating than the figures that suddenly collapse in the heap of their floor is the voice of the system that first grabs the staff. Experimental accidents are unusual at Laplace, but astonishing results always earn attention.
Look, that's Hissabeth. See the snakes on her head? Seems like one of them is still awake. Told you they have independent minds.
Hold on. Those two work with the Foundation.
Out of the way! Go get medical support now!
That's Miss Pointer, isn't it? So then, this must be the team from the Space
Right.
Monitor project. Have they failed again?
Hold on, check it out. If this data is really from the Space Monitor...
DEC, negative 102 degrees, 05 minutes, 40...
The storm is here. Please take precautions. Repeat, the storm is here.
It's all here. They really did it. They did it!
Yay! We got it, guys. The voice of a broadcast floods into her awareness.
Наши инженеры разрабатывают меры по минимизации воздействия высокого давления и температуры.
I'm on Earth.
Начиная с 1970 года, текущий проект бурения является результатом работы последних 7
Clutched
лет.
it right
Ожидается, что
just
эта
because
глубина,
of
скорее
Winsung's
всего,
card,
скважину Берта Роджерса,
made
которая
out of a
9580
special metal alloy.
метров.
1977. That was the year that Mr. Kozlov found me. Could that mean that I will be able to see them again?
Many people had the same question she did as they awoke. Many things change after the storm. A hand grips her shoulder.
You'll need to take care of yourself
Yay!
first, little astronaut. Rebuilding a life requires a healthy body
Comrade
first.
Villa!
But I'm certain you are in good hands here.
Thank you. But
The
who
best nurse you
are-
could ever ask for.
This is my friend, Vila. My dearest, bravest comrade. And this is Kiperina. Would you mind if I introduced you as my apprentice?
Not at all. I've made up my mind. I want to keep learning the study of ley lines.
Aww.
That's the second best news I've heard today. Hissabeth, Nameday, and Henjung are all still recovering in bed. You should have seen Pointer. She was mad as all hell. Claimed she'd be waiting for them to recover so she could whoop them back into the recovery ward. Anyways,
Friend.
I thought I'd best avoid that scene and pay a visit to my new apprentice.
So, then the best news you heard today. We did it, right?
That's good news for sure. But still not the best.
Beneath the soft sheets of the hospital bed, another hand clasps Kiperina's. Aw, my girl. Star. This is the best news. Welcome home. And this is the last one, guys. as if nothing happened up there. And yet, we remained forever on the road. Back to bed with you. Pointer probably. Ah, the yard of the Foundation. That is just like this because some druid making a mess out of it. A white stone wall divides the world into inside and outside. Footsteps and voices draw closer, abruptly breaking the silence of the courtyard.
Did we get that progress report on the Laplace teleportation project?
The teleport disk? Yeah, I guess it was a big success. They're already working on the field mission applications. Imagine
Well,
if
technically,
they could put it
Druvis
into
wasn't
mass
there here,
production.
right?
I'd use it
At
to
this
commute
point.
straight to work. No more traffic.
You'd better hope not. They'll start using it to summon us straight from home. It'll be like being on call 24/7.
Holy moly, I didn't think of that. Worse still, those Laplace workaholics would probably enjoy it.
Well, it's not all bad. We got the data. Real-time observation of the universe during the storm from outer space. That's huge.
And scary. The fuck out scary.
I'll say. Looks like the whole universe is getting reversed, though. I mean, at least it's nice to know we aren't alone.
That's the spirit, man. Look for the silver lining. Why on earth wasn't that project an open volunteer call? Who wouldn't want to go to space? If I got the chance to spacewalk, I'd never let anyone forget it. You'd see it on my tombstone.
I was pretty disappointed that Voyager didn't help anything. I was expecting she's going to create a light beacon since hissabeth said Voyager can skill is similar to a star. I keep saying actually Voyager is a star. Everything leads to believe that Voyager is the star that took the shape of a human being. That's it.
I know someone on their team. Name day. I'll ask him about it next time
We
we're
can
out for a
literally
drink.
call Voyager by
Too
this
bad
point
he's already
Blue
out
Star.
on another field mission.
And that is a Limbus Company reference.
He's working for Laplace now, too.
A Lobotomy Corporation
Working
reference,
two jobs at
technically.
once. Wow.
Is that admiration I hear? I thought you didn't like workaholics. I just don't want to be one. Still, things are going better now. We'll have this little storm problem solved soon enough.
Shh, Alvin, did you hear that?
What? Oh.
Music is rare in this place, but recently, the ever-busy staff have felt in the right spirit to revisit old hobbies. This is a well-known piece, one that once traveled within 26 other songs across the starfield, and still drifts there today. When old age shall this generation waste, thou shalt remain in the midst of other woe.
I know the piece. Pointer often plays that record in her office. She said it's a track from the Golden Record. The same record that Voyager 1 carries.
Where would it have been in 1987? At the edge of the solar system?
Its power won't run out until 2025, so long as there's no storm to stop it.
Okay, so yeah, as we know, Voyager stopped this year.
What will happen to it when it runs out? Will it stop or be destroyed?
No, nothing quite so bad. It just won't be able to send signals back to us. It will keep flying forward in space, continuing its endless journey. And if there is some alien life out there in the universe, they might find it someday. Perhaps many millions of years after the Earth is gone, swallowed up by the sun or the storm. To spend so much time and resources on something that won't respond to us after such a short time on a universal scale. It sounds even more useless than our arcane skills.
When staring at the flickering lights above, it's hard to imagine that the planet beneath our feet is nothing more than a speck in the universe. I will. Then ours a friend to man, to whom thou sayest... Okay, that
They
was
didn't send it
quick.
out, expecting to
Thou
get a
sayest
quick
beauty is
response.
truth, beauty.
You're right. I suppose it's just like a friendly greeting.
Symbol.
Hi there. This is a gift from Earth, a place where life existed. We're trying to survive, but we may be defeated in time. Aliens or not, it's likely that it will just drift in space forever. But personally, I want to believe that someone's going to listen.
Maybe Miss Kiparina can help us. If you see God up there in space, be sure to ask him what's his favorite piece on the record.
That kind of service is going to cost you. You'll have to pay up with your rape collection.
Before we start thinking about that, we will still need to cross the year
At least
1999.
those Voyager probes
Then we can
aren't
figure
as
out
sad as
where that
Opportunity's
record
death.
will end up.
What's Opportunity's death? Differentiates. So I can rhyme, damn girl can do anything. She's French. Voyager listens intently to every word. Some she understands, many others lie beyond her reach. But she has something she wants to share with her friends. A melody played for her teammates, a blessing and encouragement for a brave little astronaut. A reply from 6.4 billion light years away. The message has been delivered, the recipient, a star that sings. Oh, okay, that is all you know on Earth and all you need to know. Ode on a Grecian urn.
Раз, два,
Two,
три.
one. Thank you, NASA. Her species lacks what Earth's creature called hearing, but she has her own way of interpreting auditory information. The melody, unlike anything she's ever imagined, never felt before, comes from that faint blue dot. Earth. Unbelievable. Yeah. Eternal. Yeah, she is an alien. Beautiful. Voyager in space.
It
Oh
sounds
yeah,
nice.
Voyager, the blue hair girl, is actually an alien. That's why she just play music from the actual Voyager disc, because that's how she learned about Earth.
Then keep listening.
But just us
Wait,
know
where
that.
are you going?
Just let them do their thing. We should go now.
Yeah,
We
in
got
game
more
they
work
don't
waiting
know
for us.
that she's actually an alien.
By the way, you were talking about those discs being prepared for field service, right?
Yeah, but I told you everything I know. Miss Pointer should give us the details in a few days.
Not Miss Hissabeth, huh? She seems real busy. I guess that's why she only sent one of her snakes to the victory party. I saw Windsong and Villa though. Oh, and Kipirina was there surrounded by a bunch of kids, and they all stuck around right till the end. There were a few Xeno guys there too. Whenever there's booze, you can count on them showing up. I think I saw one of their pilots having a drinking contest with a newt. Crazy!
Oh, we know exactly who that is.
They even roped in Mr. Ulrich. I caught name day desperately stopping Medicine Pocket from climbing up on a table to recite a speech. It was good fun. They even snapped a picture of it by the end.
Oh, please show us.
It's a shame I missed it. I heard Mr. Ludwig values employees' mental health, so at least he'll be hosting more of those parties soon, right? Right?
Footsteps and voices fade away, and the sound of the violin comes to an end. The star looks down on this land with curious twinkles. This distant blue planet, a 1 in 10 quadrillion miracle. She has received golden, precious sounds and now leaves behind a voice of her own. The first song she learned. For the days at Placid, for the days to come, for those she knew, for the distant echoes of civilization.
Please, listen.
Planet she has witnessed sights she never knew existed.
In a silent dream,
Friends.
I see the blinking stars and a crystal sphere.
Grave visitors. The changing seasons, winding coastlines, warmth and cold, peace and conflict, poverty and wealth, cruelty and nobility, the rise and fall of civilization, the birds slicing through the sky, all on a single speck.
How beautiful the stars are.
One seemingly useless inspiration changes everything, just as a star from afar changes you. 1987 Cosmic Overture. Goosebumps, dude. Goosebumps. Probably one of my favorite events so far. That was awesome. Please, yes. I don't know if it's gonna be the next one because it should have been out by now, right? Since it's, you know, has been out already in CN for a while. Let me see the suitcase. Oh, okay. It's official. NASA confirms new interstellar object is zooming through solar system. It's actually Voyager. I'll be playing this game once I have money. Why do you need money to play this game? They're free shoots. It's a gacha game, and it's free. The Voyager's search of death. No, she's not deaf. She can hear. Teleportation Ritual Seminar. This isn't just another speech. It's history in the making. Fast forward and Sonata will be testing this in the field. Because of lack of time and control. Oh. Fair enough. Teleportation Ritual Seminar. As many as you have read in the academic journals, the theoretical feasibility of teleportation incantations is not determined by distance. However, the further the distance, the more interference factors there are, and to this day, we still don't know exactly why. Thus, long-distance teleportation has always been considered the realm of pure fantasy. However, during the extreme conditions just before the storm, we gather a vast amount of arcane energy fluctuation data from outer space to the Earth's surface. After repeat cross-analysis, we finally discover a stable arcanum waveform capable of anchoring teleportation incantations. She gave it a misleading name, Pulsar Waveform. I suppose that was her way of being poetic or something. Yes, I hear some of you murmuring that this is purely experimental, lacking theoretical proof, and is impossible to replicate. That's true, but the fact is, over the past few weeks, we've tested repeatedly. As long as you simulate this waveform near the destination and there's enough arcane energy, you can achieve teleportation with up to 95% accuracy. That's all I wanted to share today. I believe that one day in the distant future, with a couple theoretical frameworks, teleportation could become a field that outspace aerospace itself. But even now, what we've uncovered is a stable, practical technology. Perfect! her food delivery. Voyager can hear. If she can, how can she say Alia come home? No, yeah, she can hear. Party highlights. A serious guy has shown up at the party. Poor guy. Soon he'll become everyone's favorite memory. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. May I ask which of you is Miss Hissabeth? I bring greetings from Constantine. I heard you speaking just now. Please don't all play dumb and pretend to be snakes. Greeting, Miss Winsung. The Foundation has heard about the outstanding role that leyline theory played in this aerospace experiment. Am I here to grant you funding? No. I'm here to deliver Constantine's formal recommendation, which surpassed any material support. Is there your apprentice? The greatest contributor to the success of the space experiment. Constantine specially instructed me to offer Kiparina the highest congratulations and to wish her a brilliant future at the LCC. At the LSCC. Hello, Miss Pointer. This teleporter disc really is a miraculous once-in-a-century invention. Constantine sees it as having an immense strategic value. Your colleagues are already grumbling that I've ruined the party atmosphere. I hope you won't miss my delivering her greetings. Are you offering me a stage to speak? Then I'll take just 5 minutes. Help! Anyone save me from the medicine pocket! I didn't know the stable was their turf. They're still biting me. Hey, who's playing music at a time like this? Somebody help! That's a very fitting ending. That was awesome. Okay, it lasted longer than I thought. Like it's almost like midday. But, you know, it's been great. And also, there's so much to do. Because I want to level up Ezra, but I'm saving everything for Kiparina right now. So that's why I am not touching Ezra for now.
Look first. Now walk out and wait till I say
come in, please. That's how they made Uber Eats, DoorDash, any food delivery service canon in reverse 1999? Yes. They say she has a hearing sense, but can feel sound in other ways. That's why she has so much. Oh yeah, okay. Literally, the ending part just tells that she cannot perceive sound similarly. So yeah, that's why probably she has a hard time understanding speaking, but she can. So it's not that she's deaf. She can hear. It's just she perceives sound in a different way. But regardless, for me, Voyager is still one of the most fantastical characters, and I know that a lot of people, including myself, were like, I wanted to know more about Voyager, but at the same time, it's nice that she's still a very big of a mystery. Because, like, they can make Voyager to be stronger than Arcana, or stronger than anything we're facing right now from Menace Vindicta.
Kisses the horizon. Do I dare to gaze at the solar sovereign?
Like there's no limit on how strong Voyager can be, especially because she's not really caring about fighting at all. She's just playing music. This was awesome. That final part really gave me goosebumps, and I really hope we can find that EP. Hello, username. You came just in time for the ending of the stream. How are you doing, buddy? We just did Cosmic Overture, and I'm just raving of how good that ending was. Have you played it yet? Cosmic Overture is sitting at S tier. That was so peak. Agreed. For me, that's together for me with like Farewell Rayashki, and let's see, another side event that was, I don't know, side events tend not to be that great. So I think probably my S tiers would be this and Farewell Rayashki.
Is futile.
Yes, it was very good, very beautiful.
This exhausting suffering won't last forever.
Doing alright. I hope the stream was great. Oh yes. The story was awesome. The characters were okay. I think I think just the lore and the exposition and the events made it worth. Of course, the episode 15 was very touching. That ending part with the eyes and the actual storm syndrome affecting the entire universe was just like another scale. Like, can you imagine going through that? Like, Kiparina is the only person that has ever gone through that event. The transition from the stages going to space was cool. I like how this is how the teleportation disc ritual was made. The one Vertin uses for from the beginning. Indeed. Also, not only that, this sets up something that I've been saying on stream for many months, since very close whenever I start playing this game. Arcanum comes from space. My base is Arcana, Manos Vindictae, the Black Goo is all alien things. It's nothing made from the Earth. It's something that just ended up in here, and they are doing stuff in here. But for me, it's all aliens. Very good. With only one gripe on my part, there are two Murny towns in Russia, nearly 4 kilometers away from each other, and they keep confusing them. I just try to ignore all the references to miners and diamonds. Oh, didn't know that. This is an interesting theory. I've been saying this for ages, that actually everything's from space, nothing's actually from Earth, and there's so many things that indicate that things come from space. Yes, aliens. I am the History Channel guy, and it's talking about reverse aliens. And we're gonna learn more about that in the next patch, because 3.0 is all about Manos Vindictae, is all about whatever Nautica is gonna become. So like, probably I will keep talking about it, and next patch I will talk it all over again. Again, I mean, Voyager lore, I knew that she was an alien. It was nice that she was confirmed to be an alien. I knew that she was super powerful. Just that moment whenever she was playing her violin on the hallway, and basically Hissabeth caught a signal of literally a neutron star, indicates that Voyager can be extremely powerful, but she's not a fighter. She just plays music and wants to be cool and chill. So it kind of deems that Voyager might be like the strongest being on Earth. Right? Exactly. Watch the video I ping you, Archer. Damn. I wanna sleep. Which video? Oh, okay, you posted something in the video. Final boss music. Okay, let me open it. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I'm gonna eep. I was thinking about playing Limbus Company on the afternoon, but I think I'm just gonna eep. I'm tired. And like, this was awesome. I just want to relax and sleep and have a good time in my dream world. Oh, it's the entire final boss music. Nice. Thank you. You can use the music as a way to end the stream. Sure, I can. Let me just play this final part, I guess.
At least this exhausting suffering won't last forever.
Oh no, this is very agitated, guys. Dream about the event. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna play some music just in the ending part because Benito sent me an 8-minute long music, which I know why it is how it is. But yes, guys, I'll be ending here today. I thank you so much. Glad you could hop in the stream, even if it's the end. I'm glad you could as well. Username. And yes, thank you everyone. Thank you, even anyone new that came and talked and all that good stuff. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Thank you for joining me and keeping me company. Always very, very nice. I will put some music for you guys to hear as we end the stream. But you know, feel free to sit back, relax, and don't forget, I'll be here always. Hopefully. Probably. Yes, guys, without further ado, thank you so much. My name is Archer, playing some Reverse 1999, and I see you all in the next one. Archer is out. Enjoy the tunes, and I see you the next time. Bye bye, guys.